Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Polis Project's first ever live election coverage of the US elections. Thank you so much for joining us. It is 5:31 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we will be with you for the next 5 hours. My name is Madhuri Shastri, and I'm joined by Suchitra Vijayan. This coverage is different from anything that you will see in the mainstream media. When you turn on the corporate news, what you are getting isn't real analysis. It's trends, soundbites, and vacuous commentary. They obfuscate over real issues, focusing instead on what keeps the status quo in place. But here at the Polis Project, we do things differently. We're not just going to cover the results, which we will as the polls close or begin to close in the next hour and a half, but we'll also be covering the coverage. We are breaking down the narratives that the corporate media will spin the moment the results come in, and the narrative that they have been spinning throughout the campaign as well as now. Narratives that insist that American democracy is alive and well, and the narratives that convince us to settle for the way that things are. Indeed, that even tell us that we are lucky to be where we are. But that is not the reality. We're facing crisis after crisis after crisis. An ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people, the erosion of our political freedoms, the militarization of our borders, brutal crackdowns on students and protesters, violent anti-immigrant narratives, and other things that are shaping policy. The mainstream media rarely scrutinizes, for example, how Israel and AIPAC shape American elections, ignoring the nearly $100 million that AIPAC has spent this year alone to influence US policy. And successfully, I will add, with, for example, as we have seen in the failed election of Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. Mainstream media won't tell you this because it doesn't fit their narrative. But we are here to tell you the truth, that no matter who wins, our future is on the line. Our job isn't tell you to choose the lesser of the two evils. It is to show you that the lesser evil is still evil. This is the coverage that matters.
Thank you so much, Madhuri. I really want to make sure that we go back and emphasize on what Madhuri said, which means that lesser of two evil is still evil. And one of the things that we really want to do today is not just talk about elections, but cover the coverage. And as the course of this, we are going to bring in some remarkable people who are going to join us through the day. We have Jill Stein, a physician and environmental health activist who's currently campaigning as a Green Party presidential nominee. We have Ruby Hamad, who is a writer, media scholar, thinker, and also a columnist for Polis Project, who's going to be joining us. We have Tariq Ismail, who is an associate professor of law at City University of New York, and he's also a senior staff attorney at Clear Project. We have Mariam Ahmed, who's written for Polis. And throughout the day, we are going to have people like Yasmin Nair, again, who's a scholar, writer, who's written extensively about US politics, but also the ways in which media narratives are framed. But more importantly, what we're really going to do, and the way that we've really picked all of these different writers, thinkers, candidates to come in, is really hone in and focus on what kind of narratives are going to be spun, and how do we hold not only those who are elected accountable, also those reporting on these elections accountable. But before we go in, I also want to have a big shout out to the team at Polis Project. This is Shreya, Neha, Tanya, Trina, Cuban, Meenakshi, and many others who have over the last 48 hours worked tirelessly to research, to produce, to bring together various threads. It's been an absolute honor to work with all of you. And with that, I also want to bring in our first contributor and panelist, Bhakti Sringarpure. Bhakti Sringarpure is an author. She's a scholar, editor of Warscapes magazine, founder of Radical Books Collective. With Bhakti, Madhuri and I do a podcast called It's Not the Media, It's You, where for the past month we have been deconstructing the narratives of media reporting. But more importantly, the reason we are bringing in Bhakti is to answer a very crucial question. Who is Kamala Harris? One of the questions that has been repeated by everybody over and over again in the last few months is, who is Kamala Harris? Is Kamala Harris a child of immigrant? Is she Indian? Is she Black? Is she too progressive? Is she too Republican? Is she chippy? Is she the brat? We don't know, but we do have the right person to break this down to us, and that is Bhakti. Bhakti's also written an incredibly important, long, deep dive on Mindy Kaling, the Coconut Empire, and the way in which she situates the media narratives of representation about Mindy Kaling alongside Kamala Harris. Bhakti, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, both of you. This is wonderful. What a monumental event for the Polis Project, and excited to be part of it. And so many hurdles have been overcome for all of us to come together tonight. And I'm only making a special appearance, but then it's all over to you. Who is Kamala Harris? This is really a question you're going to ask me. I think I'm going to point us.
Decode her for us, Bhakti.
What?
Decode her for us. Who is she?
Decode her. I think we decoded her in a 50-minute long episode. It was called Fawning Over Kamala. It was the inaugural launch episode of our podcast called It's Not You, It's the Media. And essentially, what our podcast has been trying to do, as this coverage is trying to do, is to dissect the media gaslighting. To actually, we've had an extraordinary year. We have an ongoing genocide in Palestine, relentless killing of children, all facilitated by our current president, Joe Biden, and his deputy, Kamala Harris. And there's been so many kerfuffles. There's been so many kerfuffles. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear online, but there has been, it's just been a year of intense gaslighting where you are being forced to question your reality again and again.
Mhm.
And our first episode came in the heels of the Democratic National Convention, which took place in Chicago. This is after Kamala Harris accepted to be the nominee for president, and today the US goes to the polls. And I think maybe we should play a quick clip, and then we can dissect.
Yes, please.
And actually plagiarize from the idea of radical joy that is very much a part of Black feminist movement.
Right.
Absolutely.
It is very different. I think the first time I heard the word joy was almost 18 years ago through Arundhati Roy, who kind of talks about joy. She talks about how reading Black feminists, and she talks about joy in that context. And she says, what does it mean? And I was like, what? Joy? What does it mean? And then, that takes you to a path where you understand that joy is an act of living. It's an act of, but it is radical feminist politics. It's not about smiling. It's not about saying you're joyful. And it's also plagiarizing, and not even plagiarizing. I think it's cannibalizing
Yeah.
a way of living, a way of protest, a way of resistance. It's like Beyonce in Black Panther saying resistance and being, that's exactly what it is, right? I mean,
Renaissance.
yeah.
And those horrible T-shirts like "We must all be feminists" or whatever, right? Like, which is all being replaced now by this like "I'm speaking" T-shirts or whatever it is. It's just this horrible conflation, defanging. I think, like you said, cannibalizing of truly transformative, progressive politics. In order to just sort of further your own ruthless pursuit of self-interest and your own entitlement to power.
Exactly. And all we can say is, hey, Kamala, you might be speaking, but what are you really saying? And who are you saying it to? Anyway, the needle is not moving on the analysis, on the fact checking. Journalism is unethical at this stage. And, for all those people feeling like they're going mad, I just want to say it's not you, it's the media. There it is.
Not much time has passed since we recorded that. I realized that, but nothing has shifted in the dialogue, right? Like, I feel like this morning we were gaslit because there was this tweet about how, the progressives have been continuously saying that they're going to hold Kamala accountable once she is in office for her foreign policy choices and her direct, abetment and aiding and enabling of the genocide in Gaza. And when people were like, well, why didn't you hold her accountable now? They were like, she didn't really have anything to do with it. She's simply the vice president. But then we had something from Joe Biden today saying she was instrumental in all of these decisions, and she has, the ability to govern or whatever. So we are still being gaslit. And Bhakti, I kind of wanted to just talk about this children of immigrant identity. Has it become clearer to you, given her position on the border and everything, how she is instrumentalizing this identity?
One of the most frustrating aspects of this, from the move from the Democratic National Convention to the moment we find ourselves now, is just how much she has been talking to Republicans and how much she has been trying to talk to conservatives, right? So migration is one of them, but I also want to flag this, her kind of bragging about owning a gun, which she did in the debate, and her bragging up to Oprah, if someone enters my house, I would just shoot them. I mean, what are you trying to say? What are the basics of the sort of Democratic Party that I have spent my adult life voting for? I mean, where are we at this stage, right? And it seems she she has gone completely conservative on environment. She has gone completely conservative on gun control. Okay, of course, I think Yasmin Nair is coming later, so you guys will talk about abortion, where she's made to seem as if she's the most progressive. But yes, the migration thing is the one that actually wounds the most. Okay, well, the Palestine thing is the worst, but on top of it there's the migration thing, because there is such double speak that it's almost incomprehensible at this time. Every single time she speaks, she talks about being the daughter of immigrants, she talks about being the daughter of middle class immigrants, she talks about her mother, working in science, and her father, who's an economist. But then at the same time, she is really hard on the border. And you know that she has in fact said the opposite in 2019, and she has come a full circle. And then the bigger question is, if you were different, what Trump did was so horrific during those 4 years. What did you do after you came into office if you cared about these issues, right? Where are we with that? I'm not even sure. Do we have any stats on that? I don't even know.
Yeah. The other thing that I want to pull up, Bhakti, is also the duplicitous nature of all of this. One
Mhm.
minute you're a child of immigrants, you can make dosa with Mindy Kaling. The next minute you are tough on border. One
Yeah.
minute you are condoning political violence, and then next minute you're saying that we are really going to build the most lethal fighting machine. So, well, how would you kind of reconcile this whole identity politics along with the way in which she positions herself, or rather constantly keeps moving herself within the spectrum of who she is and what she represents?
Yeah, I mean, we can't reconcile, and this is the kind of state of discourse is so low at the moment that we are being told vote blue, vote blue, vote blue, to the point of like it's nauseating at this point. And every person has decided to hang their brains on a hat. It's okay, you can vote however you want, that's not the point here. But the point here is, it doesn't have to push everything to such a low ball game. And I think one of the big things that coincidentally, this article that I had been working on for actually a co-authored book, which was about Mindy Kaling, suddenly, reworking it, thinking about it again, made me really understand that we have been precisely primed for a duplicitous sort of identity politics, where it's all about representation, the first brown woman to do X, the first brown woman to land on the moon, to whatever, to go here, go there, wear this, be in this position. And but at the same time, we are not, the representation is so flawed that we are actually not taking any cognizance on that particular note. And so dealing with the Mindy Kaling stuff, or like rehashing, and I don't know if say young people even know or watch Mindy Kaling or whatever, but I do remember when she was touted as one of the first Indian American women to have an actual show that centered an Indian American woman, that dealt with an Indian American woman. and analyzing that show. I mean, I watched 6 seasons of this, and this is not good TV. Okay, it's painful TV. It's really mean spirited representations, particularly of Indians from India.
Mhm.
And then the Indian American part is completely white adjacent. It's all about, I'm white inside, and I am actually I look brown, I'm going to play that, but I'm actually aspiring to white desire, whiteness, white love, white everything, white jobs, white versions of success. And it's not just a specific white, it's a very particular bourgeois, upper class whiteness,
Mhm.
So I think we were being primed for that for a long time. And it was kind of intense for me when in 2020, when Kamala Harris was up for VP, they ended up making a dosa together. I don't know if we have that clip, but
Yeah.
it was a strange. Do we have it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be
Pull it up.
funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were in the LA home and they made dosa together.
Yeah. Neha and Shreya, can we do the dosa video?
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know that everybody knows that, but I find that wherever I go and I see Indian people at the supermarket, on the street, everyone's like, Kamala Harris is Indian, right? It's like the thing we're so excited about to have you running for president.
Yeah.
So we're both Indian,
Yes.
but actually we're both South Indian.
Yes. You look like the entire one half of my family.
Okay, thank you.
You do.
I've been telling people
You
we're
do.
related already,
Yeah.
so this is perfect. It's basically true. And so
They made dosa.
Yeah.
Madhuri, are you related to her as well?
Well, isn't everyone? Aren't all South Indians related to her?
Yeah.
Actually, the thing is, I wanted to say your piece does a good job of really exploring this, and I want to go into it in detail. But to sort of tie back to what this white adjacency looks like when it comes to imperialism, is you have a brown woman with these just horrendous border policies, and the ironic thing being that when Trump had the exact same border policies, there was a huge outcry from Kamala. She said, I think, it's a stain on our on our moral conscience, and she's called it inhumane. And then there's a tweet, which if we can pull it up, Neha and Shreya, that would be really great, basically of her really critiquing Trump on this border policy.
Mhm.
And when Biden did virtually nothing to change it, there has been not a yip on it from her, and there has been nothing else either. She's not walking it back. She's coming down harder, and this is very interesting to me that Indianness is being instrumentalized in this way, in this very like dosa, yoga, chitti kind of way, when these inhumane border policies are going to affect Indian undocumented immigrants, who form the third largest group of undocumented immigrants at our border now, in the
Is
US.
that true? Wow. Okay.
Yes. So it's just, so this is this kind of like whiteness, right? Where it is a certain type of Indianness that is okay and acceptable to perform. But when it comes to actually protecting immigrant rights, that goes out the window. And I think your piece does a really good job of exploring that, right, Bhakti?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's I don't explore that particular thing, but I think what I do look at is the way in which, say, first of all, at the outset, it has to be said, like, so Mindy Kaling is a sort of a mini empire at this point. I mean, this is an extremely powerful producer, showrunner, writer. She has broken so many barriers that are primarily women of color have an impossible time breaking through. So kudos to that. What has she done with that? What has she done after breaking those barriers, after breaking through those ceilings and so on and so forth? That's really the issue here. And it's not just that she made a show called The Mindy Project that went for 6 seasons on network TV. She also then it felt like she was multiplying herself, because then she ended up with a show called Never Have I Ever, which came out during the pandemic. And it was sort of like everybody had criticized the Mindy Project for being so white. Why do you only date white men? Why are you this way? Why are you that way? Why are you only, you know, why is this fetish in a way almost of whiteness? And so then the Never Have I Ever universe was a complete turnaround, and she took that critique seriously. And everybody in that show was a person of color. They were, queer. There were plots for people of color, and so on and so forth. But the representation remained the same, And I know many people think it's rude, but it is very much this particular idea of a coconut, the coconut, which has been seen as a slur in the past, but then it kind of, when Rishi Sunak was prime minister, and when when there were all these kind of protests against his migration policies, there was a woman who held up a sign with Suella Braverman and Rishi Sunak under these coconuts, and they actually tried to arrest her and so on for slurring. And people rushed to her defense, scholars, critics, and they said, no, this is political critique. This is not, coconut is political critique. It is not just a slur. It's precisely a term that is being deployed to express that you are always sort of fetishizing, using, instrumentalizing your diversity, but then you kind of come around and at the core, you're implementing white colonial imperial policies, and it's kind of wild that Mindy Kaling did this stuff, then she goes and does this DOSA thing, and then she's right there introducing Kamala Harris, and it's like it's such an alignment, this all of these things like entertainment, representation, then the vice president, and they all align, they're all supporting each other, and in the end, here was the Indian American woman we got, we had been primed for it for
absolutely. And in your piece you point out, and sort of what I was trying to get at was the how the Indianness that the main character of Devi finally, the Indianness she performs is also very upper caste and upper caste specific, and she comes around, but her family also comes around to white Americanness in the way that Devi approves, right? They become modern. So there is all of this Indianness that has to be a certain kind of Indianness that you can do, provided you are still in complete your alignment to or acceptance of white culture.
Absolutely. And there are some insidious things that she does in the show. There's a kind of saviorism, a white saviorism that she co-opts for as herself. There is a whole several episodes where she's off to Haiti, and Haiti is depicted in this kind of as if it's a primitive place, no hospitals, no buildings, no water, no electricity. I mean, just absolutely preposterous, like straight up poverty porn. And it's unforgivable actually at this point. The anti-blackness element. Go ahead, Suchitra.
I just want to quickly bring up the name of the person. Mariha Hussain was the person in London who was part of the protests. And also it's interesting to say that Rishi Sunak, again, son of, it's very interesting that Rishi Sunak's African ancestry is completely erased and he's called Indian. Rishi Sunak again performs the celebration of Diwali. He is married, of course, to one of India's richest, the daughter of one of India's richest men. And the way you really see this politics intersecting is really brownness being close to white supremacy. And what you're really seeing again is this idea of brown and black people as extended and eloquent voices of the empire. And that is something that we have to constantly fight and re-emphasize, because identity politics and representation has taken such a life onto itself.
Yeah, and I just want to add, and I know we have to, you have other guests lined up, but I just have to add that, seeing the comments or what feedback I've been getting, all kinds. There's of course been people saying wonderful things about the article, but there's also been this whole thing that all you people want to do is take women of color down. You can't see a woman of color be successful. She was not charged with representing all of you. Yes, she was. If she's the only person doing this in the US, she is the only person charged with this task.
Right.
And it is not that hard in a fictional universe to have a multiplicity of voices, period. But I don't know, how do you deal with this idea? Stop taking women of color down. This is something we're hearing again and again about Kamala Harris as well, right?
I mean, I think it's really frustrating because it is this sort of neoliberal idea that there is only room for one of us at the table, and you are taking us down, which sort of prohibits or inhibits rather any real critique. I mean, she is a politician. She gets to be accountable. She has to be accountable. She has to be critiqued. And it is kind of, I don't know what to make of a lot of South Asians, liberals who are saying Gaza, 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 Gaza on the one hand, and then scolding other South Asians, for either not voting for Harris or are having these huge, fundraisers for Harris. And it really, really boggles my mind. I have not really been able to make sense of it. I don't know. Have either of you been able to make sense of it?
I don't know. I mean, what's gonna absolutely be awful is that if she does not win today, this week, who knows what Trump is going to do. If she's actually winning, how long he's going to hang the how long he's going to keep everyone hanging and all that stuff. But if she does not win, it's going to be progressives like us who are going to be blamed somehow for generating this discourse. And then, of course, Muslims everywhere are going to be blamed. Yet the number of us is so small, and they keep forgetting, Mindy Kaling can run around saying brat and saying joy and make cool, phrases and make comedy. Kamala Harris can make 2 million memes and make it cool to be, talk about coconuts and I fell out of the coconut tree and all that stuff. I think Mariam, who comes later, who represents our Gen Z population, will explain that more. But the truth is, it's the young people that are absolutely alienated by this stuff because they see it. We know that mainstream media is old white guys and people of color who think like old white guys, whether they are women, whether they are brown, black, whatever, doesn't matter, Muslim. But what we're really losing are young voters. If she loses, it's because she has alienated young voters with this cringe language, cringe-worthy discourse, and her absolute unethical, utterly cannibalistic stance on Palestine.
Yeah. And on that note, this is a very terrible segue, but no segue will be good. Basically, there is, Israel has just bombed the pediatric and nursery wards of Kamal Adwan Hospital, which is one of the last hospitals in North Gaza. And then there's a tweet from Ryan Grimm that says that the IDF has declared northern Gaza effectively ethnically cleansed. The IDF has announced the division of the northern Gaza Strip into two parts has been completed, and we are getting close. We are getting closer to the complete evacuation of the northern part from civilians and terrorists.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and the fact that they did this on election day, and the fact that Israel announces with its own language that it has been ethnically cleansed. I think one of the things that we have to deal with, no matter who gets elected now, is the absolute destruction of liberal institutions. Right. The fact that international law has, for all purposes, has been successfully relegated to the dustbins of history. This world can no longer exist, given that there is no liberal world order now holding it together. And I think what is dire is established laws about national territory, sovereignty, all of these things that many of us have challenged for years, saying that a borderless world has to happen. And that borderless world is going to happen, but in a different way, where you are going to see the re-emergence of a very particular kind of territorial sovereignty. Especially, there is going to be it's going to be a race to acquire more and more of land. And that is going to have, and what we've successfully done, and we said this last year, weeks into Israel's genocidal cleansing of Palestinians and the Palestinian Holocaust, is that what Israel has done successfully is create roadmaps for multiple massacres across the world, across occupied territories. And that is something that the new world has to deal with. And that sense of lack, this is making no one safe. And I think that's a dire moment that we're living in.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this all happened under Chitti's watch, and
And we can't emphasize also, I can't emphasize, as just a sort of final point, is the connection to Modi's vision. It's like all aligns, right? I mean, this diaspora kind of really upholding Modi's vision of a Hindu fundamentalist India, the slow violence and the slow genocide. I don't even know how slow it is, of Muslims and other minorities. It's all on one line. It's all completely aligned, and it's painful to see. But thank you for having me.
of course, Bhakti, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's late in France where you are, but hopefully we'll be able to see you again tonight. If not,
Yeah, I'm up. Happy to jump on anytime.
Madhuri, before we go into other updates coming in, news updates coming in, should we quickly do the coconut TikTok?
What are you doing?
Yeah, let's do the coconut TikTok. And Bhakti, please stay on for 2 minutes to just dissect the coconut TikTok. Yes, can we get the coconut video falling out of a coconut tree?
Tree, you exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
Short and sweet. Short and sweet. But this is what became cool. All these people suddenly made it cool to be brown on the outside and white on the inside. How did that happen? Oh my God. It's terrible.
Yeah.
And to find out how that happens, you can go read Bhakti's in-depth, long, deep dive into the coconut empire, which also brings us to the point that Polis Project is a New York-based research and journalism organization. We document communities in resistance. We are not funded by corporates. We are our entire loyalty, and we are liable to our readers, which means that work that we do has to be funded. Given that mainstream media is completely gutted, our work remains funded by our audience, our readers, and help us keep our organization both ad-free. We remain ad-free. We remain funded by our readers. So again, please do consider, if you like the work we do, if you like our remarkable writers, our contributors, artists, activists, and of course, the brilliant team behind Polis Project is all sustained because of your donations. So please consider donating to the Polis Project. Bhakti, thank you so much.
Thanks. See you back.
Thank you so much, Bhakti.
Bye.
Okay, we have a bunch of news coming in. Should we quickly?
Yes.
So I think right now what we have is there's been a national exit poll rating, which kind of puts Joe Biden's rating that 58% of people disapprove of his job performance. This is from MSNBC. So I take that with a grind, with a table full of sugar. And then, Madhu, do you want to jump into what's been happening with the absentee votes in Michigan?
Yeah. Counters of absentee votes in Michigan's largest city, Detroit, are making extraordinary headway. According to the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, about 95% of ballots have been recorded, which puts them on track to be done with all tabulations by midnight tonight. Of course, we know that there's all eyes on Michigan today. They are occupying a very large and important role in the election because of the very large number of Arab Americans who reside in Michigan, who I saw a CARE poll recently that said that 42% of Arab or Muslim American voters in Michigan are voting for Jill Stein.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's also important for us to bring up the ways in which Arab Muslim voters are already being framed as the scapegoat. You're already seeing narrative on the reporting of the media blaming them. I also just want to quickly bring up the ways in which the Harris campaign also effectively insulted, gaslit the Muslim Arab community throughout a campaign. One, of course, we are now finding out how one of the resistance groups is actually funded by the Democratic PAC, which also stopped them from actually endorsing anyone else except Kamala Harris. This is a piece that was published by Middle East Eye, reported by Azad Isa. The other thing we found out was how Palestinians were not allowed at the Democratic conventions when you had Republicans speak. We also saw Kamala Harris campaign with Liz Cheney, and not to mention Bill Clinton echoing Zionist talking points. So I'm not surprised that I'm not surprised at the way the voters are voting. And again, it's also deeply concerning the way the media narrative is already beginning to blame Arab, Muslim, and other voters.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's not, it's the media, and it's also beacons of liberalism and even progressivism, like Obama, forget Clinton, but AOC. They've all sort of, in their statements, very pernicious statements, because they have all come to power on the backs of progressives. And this will be a big theme in our conversation tonight. All of these people, from Kamala herself as vice president to Obama to AOC, have won their seats on the backs of progressives. And yet they have given the media, they have given liberals these talking points to blame the progressives. I mean, there was this recent AOC. I don't even know where to begin with my complete disappointment and disillusionment with AOC. But she went recently on an interview urging people to vote for. Well, she vilified Jill Stein, and there will be more on that soon. But she also kind of made a comment which was really disparaging, saying that she doesn't want to have 4 more years of doing this resistance nonsense, and so we should just vote for Kamala. And it's like, what were you doing for the last 4 years? Like, how different really has the Biden administration been? And what do you mean you don't want to do this? So there is a part of me that's very cynical and thinking, sometimes I want to wager what her cabinet position is going to be. Like, what could Kamala have possibly promised her? But her drift to the center and her vilifying of the progressives has just been absolutely shameful, I must say, and very, very depressing.
Yeah. And I think I need to bring up this anecdote by one of my favorite Palestinian writers. Stephen Salaita once said that he talked about, during his recent book event in New York, he talked about how Palestinians intuitively knew that AOC was going to do this. And he brought up this anecdote where he said that before AOC got elected, she had a foreign policy position page on a campaign website. The day AOC gets elected, that page gets pulled. And it's interesting that people said that back then they knew that this was not a friend of Palestine. And what you really see is also people talking about Palestinians. It's always about, oh, we really want to protect women and children, whilst continuing to sign deals after deals, continuing to enable and abet Israel's genocide and Holocaust on the Palestinian people. We have other news coming in from Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, where they're recounting almost 30,000 absentee ballots after a tabulator issue. Madhuri, I kind of wanted us to go back to some of the key themes that we will be returning over and over again.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that we should really think about is the ways in which the border policy and immigration and foreign policy has been kind of used. Can we quickly jump into that?
Yes, please. I actually think foreign policy is a really good segue, and I apologize to all our listeners who might hear my toddler son screaming in the background. We have bootlegged this, we have a very guerrilla setup, but apologies. But yes, foreign policy, you were mentioning about this. I was thinking about, there's this very depressing Lancet report that came out that had this the state of affairs for women and mothers who are giving birth in Palestine today, and it is among the most unsafe. It's a really heartbreaking, devastating report to read. And it's coming, along this entire campaigning over here of, oh, if we don't vote for Harris, we will have our reproductive rights at stake. And so just this weird schism in the way that, or like just the way that American liberals are able to set foreign policy off to the side has always been alarming to me, but at no time more alarming than now. And yet we keep having the progressives say things like, okay, we have to have Kamala Harris get elected. She has to be in office, and then we will hold her accountable for her foreign policy decisions. And then we will get her to shift her position in Gaza. And she has, addressed, as of last night, voters in Michigan, trying to appeal to them, saying that she will end the war in Gaza. But I really wanted to go down this idea of holding progressives holding her accountable for her foreign policy decisions. And what does that even look like? Because as far as I've seen, she seems to want to be building coalitions with Republicans. I don't actually see her putting progressives in any positions of power. I don't see, I feel like they will be defanged as they have repeatedly been defanged. I don't know, Suchitra, what do you think is going to happen with accountability as far as her foreign policy goes?
I think the reality is that American presidents haven't been held accountable for a series of devastating foreign policy decisions for decades. When was the last time? I think if you really think about it historically, last time a president lost an election, excuse me, because of a foreign policy decision was Carter. Carter was seen as a lot of now I think it's a good time to go back and also see how the Iran affair was dealt with. But the last time an American president lost because of a foreign policy position was under Carter, unless I am thinking otherwise. So there is no accountability for foreign policy decisions that American presidents take.
Yeah, and in fact, we're even seeing that this idea that people would draw that genocide would be the red line for people is kind of being scoffed at by liberals. And they're like, oh, they call it a single issue vote. They're saying you cannot vote on the basis of this one particular issue, which is really, again, something that is completely ridiculous to me, because the genocide is, a direct demonstration of America's racist, imperialist policies. And if they are going to be racist and imperialist and use every weapon in their arsenal, literally, as well as all of these democratic institutions, in order to justify the dehumanization and genocide of Arabs and Black and brown people and the Palestinians, then they will do that to you. And we did speak about this in the podcast. We did say that, genocide and the annihilation of Black and brown people is the end goal of this white supremacist state. And, we'll just maybe have a brown woman, a Black woman who is at the helm of affairs. But you're right. I don't think that there will be any sort of real accountability, because those who are trying to hold her accountable are being chided, I
think it's also important for us to kind of look at the last 20 years at least. We had Abu Ghraib. We had multiple massacres that happened both in Afghanistan and Iraq, where American soldiers have been directly held liable. American soldiers committed rape in Iraq. We know that. We know, again, Abu Ghraib being the most, the most publicized, written about instances. There is no accountability for that. We also want to make sure that we understand what Obama did. He was the droner in chief. And again, under Obama's regime, American citizens were murdered because of a kill chain order. Again, there is no accountability. Libya, Syria. And I think one of the things for us to go back and look at is, in one of the many hearings, there was once a question that was put in the American congressional hearing when an expert was asked, what are the main reasons for this jihadi terrorism? And the expert basically goes on to lay out that the American support for tyranny in the Middle East, the American support for Israel's occupation of Palestine. We are very clearly told. So these were conversations that have happened within American political discourse, but perhaps today will no longer happen. Yeah. But the reality is American presidents are never held accountable for foreign policy decisions. If anything, the more murderous the American presidency is, the more a war president is still the most famous president within our own history. So I think in terms of accountability, I think it's going to be very difficult. But I think we should very briefly also mention, before Tariq comes in, about the role of APAC.
Yes, I wanted to get to the role of APAC. Yes, Suchitra, please go ahead.
And I think one of the things I think we should also consistently think about is the role. I think rightly so, many people reported on Russia's interference. There is reporting on China's interference. But I think the two interferences that we're not talking about is India's interference within our electoral process, Hindutva funding against progressive candidates who have directly spoken against Modi's Hindutva. And we have APAC, which again work together to kind of fund people. And I think Cory Bush being funded, and Cory Bush very clearly says that we really need to go after APAC. And I think one of the other things we are talking about is that how many former IDF soldiers hold positions of power, are elected officials in the United States, which means that it just really brings up the question of who is our government working for? It's definitely not the American people. So I think that's definitely a conversation that we should have. We have to keep returning to. And also we have to talk about media's refusal to discuss IDF and how IDF continues to be venerated and called the most moral army in the world.
I mean, this after the live streaming of the genocide, after the IDF has been, parading around with the most awful TikToks, even trying to jump on the TikTok trends. I've seen some really gut-wrenching videos. I don't even want to, describe some of them. But it's miraculous to me that they're still managing to uphold this narrative despite the IDF's own many declarations to the contrary, and what we are seeing in Palestine. And it's also interesting to me because when you do talk about the IDF and you do sort of talk about AIPAC, and often we saw Donald Trump and Kamala Harris both really sort of do a fight at their debate. Who I'm going to be more supportive of Israel, and I like Israel more, and I like Israel more. And the Democrats like to say that he's, Trump's ambassador was, Friedman. I think Robert Friedman is his name, if I'm not mistaken. And he's just, totally hand in glove with AIPAC, and he's going to be really terrible, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, I mean, the State Department here, is Blinken, whose grandfather has served in the IDF, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just really completely the sanitized image, and these very extremely Zionist people in positions of power. And I've not really seen any sort of desire for the Dems from the Democrats' part to sort of break away from it, at all, or to even set the record straight or whatever it is, which is interesting because when Obama was campaigning, he was doing so by denouncing the Iraq war and aligning himself with progressives, whereas Kamala Harris has not even brought herself to do that. She's in fact fighting with Trump about who will be more of a friend to the Israelis,
And the other thing we should definitely talk about is the amount of misinformation that is being circulated on Twitter. We have a bunch of other information. I think the FBI status now is claiming that FBI is now saying that there's a tweet from the FBI that says that the FBI is aware of bomb threats to polling location in several states, many of which appear to originate from Russian email domains. None of the threats have been determined to be credible thus far. Also interesting to see why then put it out if the threats have not been, if they're not credible, why put this tweet out?
Yeah.
Why is Russia being again bought in? It's interesting that why this tweet go out now.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just the standard process of just vilifying, deflect, blame, gaslight. This is what they've always been doing. But yeah, Sujitra, you had mentioned at the beginning this sort of covert effect of Hindutva interference. I'm wondering if you can say a little bit more there.
I think one of the things that's happened really successfully in the last decade, since Modi coming to power, is a way in which the Hindutva lobby, Hindu right-wing militant Hindutva lobby in the United States, kind of copies the AIPAC playbook. They use the same language now, just as anti-Semitism, as Zionism is now called, criticism of Zionism is now called anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
We now have people talking about Hinduphobia, wherein you're saying that criticism of Modi government is called Hinduphobia. We're also seeing money come from right-wing Hindu nationalists in the diaspora against progressive candidates, whether it's Ilhan Omar, whether it's Rashida Talib, to really de-seat them, because these are candidates who have spoken very clearly about what's happening in India. I think what we're really seeing is that just as Cory Bush was pushed out through AIPAC funding, what you're really seeing is the performance of model minority meeting this very specific ways in which model minority excellence is kind of repurposed to paint a very specific picture of what is a highly diverse Hindu diaspora.
Yeah.
And there's a lot happening that is just learning from each other. And I think that's something that we have to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, there is this assumption that, the South Asian voting bloc isn't a significant enough one to, sway the elections, but they don't all vote in the same way. And somehow there is just this understanding, again, this weird place of identity politics where you are just going to vote for the brown person. Whereas Trump recently also had this tweet, where he said something about how he's going to build great relations with his good friend Narendra Modi and condemn all these Hindu-phobic attacks that have been happening, in anti-Hindu violence in Bangladesh. And so it is really interesting to note that this is a very diverse diaspora, and the nexus between Zionism and Hindutva nationalism. And we know that Azad Essa has done a lot of reporting on this and has written a brilliant book called Hostile Homelands that examines this very pernicious alliance between India and Israel.
I think another thing that we have to, where we're tracking, is also, as I said, misinformation and disinformation on Twitter. We have Trump already claiming that there's a Trump tweet that says a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming, exclamation point. And then, of course, you have Seth Blumenstein, who's a Philadelphia city commissioner, who's a Republican, then say there's absolutely no truth to this allegation. Again, what you're really seeing is Twitter being the platform of misinformation and disinformation.
Yeah.
And I really feel that a lot of the narrative is already being built. Trump was, of course, going to say this, but I think it's something that for us to kind of keep track of.
Yeah, there's another one that says Georgia's Secretary of State says Russia doesn't, quote, want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election, and links bomb threats to Russians, which is kind of bizarre that they are rehashing this and bringing this Russia. I mean, nobody's even really talked about Russia for a long time. I feel like we've definitely moved on in American mainstream discourse from Russia, and unfortunately, from Ukraine, and suddenly it's like Russia has cropped up to not, they don't want us to have free and fair elections, which is absolutely bizarre. And obviously now we're on Elon Musk's X, right? So who knows what will happen. So Chitra, you were mentioning earlier that there was some conversation around X being the sort of rallying point for violence. Could you remind me what you were saying? You're muted, I think.
So one of the things that we really wanted to talk about, and we will be speaking more about this, is the ways in which Twitter has been, and again, Elon Musk has been directing threats against various poll workers, again, elected officials. I just want to kind of go back and read. I'm just going to try and pull up these quotes. So one of the things is that Michigan's Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, a Democrat, said her concerns for her personal safety increased after Elon Musk attacked her online. And even before she could respond to his claims about Michigan voting and her office, she called a security team to make sure that my family was safe. And she was reported, she spoke about this to NBC. And again, one of the things that she says is, oh, unfortunately, all of us are standing up to bullies and fighting back against misinformation in this moment means putting ourselves in the metaphorical line of fire. And I think the reason I'm bringing this up to show that, again, if Michigan Secretary of State, a Democrat who comes with the immense power and the protection of the state, feels harassed and threatened, we have to understand the amount of anti-immigrant rhetoric that happens every single day under Elon Musk. And we also know that there's a new book that's come out where Elon Musk actually, there was a fight between him and a Twitter number fight between him and President Biden, where Biden tweets and apparently Musk tweets and they say the exact same thing, but apparently Biden's tweet gets a lot more organic traction. Musk immediately asks all of his engineers to come in and he's asking, why is it that I am not getting the same? And he then gets the Twitter algorithm to be tweaked to give him the rocket fuel to get more information out. So just imagine the kind of violence that ordinary people in this country are going to face. The other thing that we have to see is Nevada's governor, Joe Lombardo, said that there's something called the precautionary activation of the state's guard for elections.
Oh,
again, this comes directly from a piece at the Wall Street Journal that talks about disinformation on X, but also disinformation that's very specifically spread by Elon Musk.
You know, this is so interesting because the flip side of this disinformation spreading is shadow banning. And all the accounts that have been, or people that have been vocally supportive of Palestine or vocally critical of the genocide, have been shadow banned. So Chitra, I know that you are one of these people whose free speech or whatever it is has just been completely suppressed. And we have sort of been seeing this, right? We've sort of been seeing how, we'll talk about this, and I know Tariq is waiting to come online, but I think this is a good segue into talking about whose rights are being protected, especially whose speech rights are being protected, and at whose expense. And I think, Suchitra, before I bring Tariq in, I know that you wanted to say something about anti-Zionist speech being protected in the UK, but not here in the US.
So I think two things have happened. I think one of the things that have happened in the US is that we now have a clause that basically says that Zionism is now a protected clause, which means it becomes incredibly difficult for us to be either critical of Zionism or talk about Zionism without there being any kind of immediate repercussions, especially for people on campus. On the other hand, in Britain, you have a new judgment that's come in where it's very clearly says that critique of Zionism or anti-Zionist anti-Zionism is now a protected belief in Britain. And I think it's really important for us to understand where we are in terms of censorship. And again, important for us to kind of speak about the ways in which media frames what is censorship and what is erasure. For example, you see PEN America directly, consistently talk to us about book burning. I think during the last couple of events in New York, whether it's a Brooklyn Book Festival, PEN America events, PEN America consistently talks about book burning as an issue. But in reality, I think today we are told that certain groups or categories of people can no longer be criticized. And I think that is something which is very important for us too. And I think the fact that in England we now have anti-Zionism is now protected speech, the fact that we now are in a place where we really need legal protections for anybody critical of Israel and Zionism is where we are. And so much for the land of the free, home of the brave and land of the free.
Land of the free and the home of the brave, except when it comes to the Anti-Defamation League, then absolutely not. I will just introduce Tariq. And thank you so much for joining us, Tariq. Tariq Ismail is an associate professor of law at the City University of New York, CUNY, and works as a senior staff attorney at the Clear Project. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, Tariq. Where are you?
Hello, it's nice to be with you all. How are you?
Should we say happy election day?
Sure. Oh, a couple of words in that sentence are true.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. I
Sure.
wanted to sort of pick up on, what we were talking about, protected speech and the Anti-Defamation League, and all of that kind of stuff. And in this election, we've heard a lot about how we need to prevent the election of Donald Trump, so we can protect our own rights. And we're told that there's marauding groups of racists attacking people of color, suppressing free speech, throwing protesters and journalists in prison, et cetera, et cetera. Can you talk about how Arabs, Muslims, and supporters of Palestine have already been experiencing these horrors?
Sure. So I guess first of all, thanks for having me. I'm a really big fan of your work, and it was a privilege to be invited this evening. I think it's worth taking a step back from your question, and maybe zoom out to the groups that you've mentioned, sort of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims who have been experiencing this violence that you're describing for the past year plus. We know that this current administration has simply written a blank check for the Israeli regime to do the things that it's doing, and has the Democratic candidate has made no indication that she intends to change course. Her policy proclamations have been virtually identical. Even the campaign has made clear that the distinction was one of tone and not of substance. So to that end, when you're 55,000 bodies deep, when there are entire towns decimated, hospitals, schools, your listeners have heard these lists. The distinction becomes even more minute. And so to the extent that we're then sort of moving back to the United States and thinking about what's going on here in terms of pushing back against those policies, even the pushback has been severely stifled by both public and private actors. There's no indication that that the Biden-Harris regime has done anything of substance to protect Palestinians. The first of which, a 6-year-old in Chicago, was stabbed multiple times to death by a neighbor, Wadia. There's no indication that the 3 students in the Northeast who were shot were given anything more than lip service. There's no indication that the government, as it currently stands, has done anything to push back against the severe repression of student speech on campuses around the country. And in fact, Biden himself sort of spent 20 minutes chiding and chastising students for protesting in ways that he considered to be immoral, or because of the fact that they were unlawful, putting aside, of course, that the protests which crossed the Edmund Pettus Bridge were unlawful, that so many of the protests that we now revere from the civil rights movement were themselves unlawful, that so many of the protests which are now in our history books were unlawful. So, the precedent has been set by this administration, and I take seriously the admonition from so many so many folks that the difference will be one potentially of tone on this issue.
Yeah. You're right, and it has been really bizarre to watch the way that the administration has allowed student protesters to be treated. They've been body slammed here in New York by the NYPD. And at the same time, we've seen Kamala instrumentalizing the anti-Muslim hate, the anti-Palestinian hate over here, to say, to gain favor with the voters. So it's just this awful state of gaslighting that is just so bizarre that we're existing in today. And I take your point that there will be a difference in tone. But the progressives, seem to think that Donald Trump will do way worse and that he is going to fully bring in the military where there was only the NYPD.
Well, if I can weigh in on this point, I mean,
Please.
I think with respect to foreign policy, I can't imagine what worse
Yes.
looks like. Maybe an explicit green light as opposed to an implicit green light. But the light is green, regardless of who's at the helm. Domestically, we've seen the Department of Education, for example, adopt rules from the Trump era, which pick up a definition of anti-Semitism that incorporates Zionism as a facet of one's Jewish identity. And so criticism then of Zionism becomes criticism of that Jewish identity. And the Trump administration introduced a rule which would require the Department of Education to consult that definition every time there was a complaint of anti-Semitism. And the Biden administration never, rolled that back. So, on this front, it's bad. And yet, if you look, for example, on October 7th, on the anniversary of the current conflagration of this year, the Heritage Foundation, which put out Project 2025, released something that they're calling Project Esther, which we can probably share with the viewers here. But there you'll see that there is a concerted effort to take down groups that they name, and those groups include groups like there you have it. Groups like Jewish Voice for Peace, which, for example, shut down Grand Central Station very famously, and the Statue of Liberty, and recently the New York Stock Exchange. American Muslims for Palestine, and Students for Justice in Palestine. So the difference here, though, is one of sort of like the foamingness at the mouth with which they're doing this. The tools to do it have been long in the works. That rule in the Department of Education is one that has been planted for 20 or 30 years by right-wing advocates. And of course, we know that the origins of sort of counterterrorism law in the United States were long aimed at Palestinians and their allies. In fact, the first time that the word terrorism ever appeared in the US Code was an attempt to condition money that was going to a UN agency in the 1960s. Do you want to guess what agency that was? UNRWA. Right. So these tropes, if we want to talk about tropes, these tropes are old, and they're getting brought up and again and again. And so, for example, recently you saw the Biden administration, in tandem with the Canadian government, list Sami Doon, an activist group here in the U.S., as providing support for an organization listed as a foreign terrorist organization. choking off particular elements of the organizing here in the United States, and that's a harbinger of things to come. I would say regardless of who's in power, but I think that Trump doesn't pretend otherwise.
Tariq, I have a question about restriction of freedom of speech within campuses.
Sure.
Recently, an English professor, Haim Rashid, was arrested in the UK for a speech he gave at a pro-Palestinian demonstration in London, during which he said that Israel cannot win against Hamas. You're a professor, you're an educator, you're working with students. Tell us, what is it like? How would you characterize criminalization of speech in the US, especially in campuses? And we've gone through this since last October. Where do you see things going this coming year? So maybe framing what's happening now, but also where do you see this repression or curtailment of free speech on campuses, and where do you see it going?
Yeah. It's getting worse. And it's become more concerted and more sort of deliberate. So I'll give you a very explicit example. The First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, which is sort of the crown jewel of America's distinction when it comes to free speech, right? We sort of tout our attachment to free expression through the First Amendment. The First Amendment permits public institutions to restrict the way that people engage in free speech in the time, space, and manner where they're speaking. So, certain institutions, you can protest, for example, but you can't protest in the middle of the street anytime you want, right? You can protest on the sidewalk, or you can get a permit. When it comes to institutions of higher learning, even private ones, one goal that can be protected by time, space, and manner restrictions is the educational mission, right? And so schools are allowed to restrict speech in order to ensure that the educational mission is carried out in the way that schools intend it to be carried out. After the encampments started first actually at Vanderbilt and then taken on at Columbia and the City College of New York for CUNY campuses and across the country, schools across the country have defined as interfering with the educational mission of institutions any form of some creative way of saying encampment, right? Such that anybody who pitches a tent on campus is immediately deemed to be interfering with the educational mission of the school, such that therefore there will be no encampments because they can be shut down by virtue of the school's capacity to regulate time, space, and manner. Before this, no such thing, right? If you're in the middle of a quad, for example, you're not getting in the way of people getting to class, you're not restricting their ability to go to where they need to go, that's not considered to be interfering with the educational mission. But you see that sort of deliberate move. And there are other ways that we could get into, but for sure, that's one just concrete example.
So, okay, given all of this, and given that things are bad, the effort to silence protesters and protest and suppress speech is going to become even more concerted. We've seen Kamala sort of really, I think basically where we are is obviously it's a conservative takeover of this two-party system, and we've seen Kamala allying with everybody from Liz Cheney to God knows who. And I just really wanted to ask a practical question, which is we've been just talking about accountability in foreign policy and how will the progressives hold her accountable, as they have been saying. So when it comes to free speech and freedom of protest and protecting all of these things, do you think the progressives are going to be able to hold her accountable, and how?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think a lot of people that I respect made the argument that for purposes of sort of the organizing environment, um, uh, we needed a Harris victory, because outside of a Harris victory, Project Esther would be the kind of thing that would rule the day. And I think there's some truth to the fact that someone like Trump is inherently hostile to labor organizing,
Sure.
just is, to something like tenant organizing, just is, right? And so I think that locating the sort of organizing that we want to do on these issues in strong institutions like labor,
Right.
like tenant groups, like other places that sort of organize for their own interests, but could also deign to organize beyond their own interests and stop the wheels of production if they saw fit to do so, or could strike rents if they chose to do so. That's the place where I think power could be wielded, and should. And if it's not, then I think those who said otherwise should be held to task. Both those people who encouraged folks to vote for Harris, and Harris herself.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Do you happen to know of any such organizing that is happening as of now? This sort of very, very interesting and progressive way to think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think one in New York, there's, just to give you one example, there's a group called No Tech for Apartheid, which is organizing against sort of the Nimbus cloud system that powers the IDF. That's one place. But one of my gripes with this approach is that I just don't think there is that much significant organizing happening in this way, and so I think like the startup cost is going to be pretty significant between now and like whatever else folks say needs to happen.
Yeah. Well, before we let you go on your way, I know you have a toddler as well. What do you think is going to happen? What are your predictions? I think we should start asking all our guests this, and then
I predict a long night, a long sleepless night, and beyond that, I don't know. I mean, I think, as always, in my view, like what happened on November 6th was far more important than what happens on November 5th, and so. To my mind, the organizing that has happened prior to this moment needs to continue and needs to escalate, and that's a hope more than a.
Okay. There is one. Sorry, go ahead, Sujita. Go ahead.
I do have a question for Tariq. Tariq, you've organized under, you've organized under a Trump presidency, and we've seen we don't know what's happening tonight. How do you think it's going to be easier to organize on the left under Trump, or how do you see the organizing change depending on who comes to power?
Yeah, I would be curious to hear both of y'all and your take on this question too. Listen, like I think that there's far more noise than signal potentially organizing under and against Trump. First of all, I think those who will be activated under a Trump presidency will be very quick to blame, Muslims, Arabs, Palestinians, others for Trump's victory.
Exactly.
And the sort of like more neoliberal issues will be ascendant. And so I think that you may end up with a lot more pink hats on the street as a result. And so like I think that's the kind of thing that we would see again. And so as much as I think there may be like more energy pushed into the organizing moment if Trump were to win. I don't have any faith that that organizing moment would
Right.
mobilize instinctually to like a broad-based anti-war movement, as much as I hope that we might be able to corral the pink hats against genocide.
I mean, I do have one. I don't think it's even a slight. It's not even a point of departure, but I think that there is one place that I feel we will see some significant narrative shift, and that is in the mainstream media. You know, I feel like there will be this critique of Trump's border policies and his foreign policy and yada yada yada. And I don't know. And I think that that's the kind of thing that I was shocked to see, but not unpleasantly, when he was in power. But I feel like this overt manufacturing of consent and, you know, the sort of tokenizing of Palestinian voices, really relegating them to the back pages while every single other article is in defense of the genocide. I think maybe those kinds of things might change. From my observations, and I'm not just talking about the New York Times, but my observations in general have sort of, I feel like the media is sort of laying the groundwork for it. Like, for example, they've started to say, oh, Biden is powerless, you know, blah, 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 blah. Like, he's really trying, but he's so powerless. He hasn't really been able to do anything. And I feel like maybe they'll sort of be like, what, he was senile, but like, look at what Trump is doing, you know, like he's blah, blah. So that's where I feel like things might change. But you know, I hear you. It is gonna
from your mouth to God's ears. I don't. At least on the question of Palestine, the hegemony has just been manifest, and has been so under Trump. And what I fear is that sort of Trump's penchant for pageantry and real sort of failure to understand. Like, I think at the very least, Biden like knows what he's doing in the worst possible way. And I think that, you know, Trump may again start to gin up, you know, like an Israeli accord with the Saudis. And you can imagine the media sort of slobbering all over itself for some sort of, you know, peace accord, even though that peace accord would throw under the bus an already decimated people, which, you know, deigns to resist at any expense. So you know, I hope that you're right. I'm curious which media you're pointing to, and we'll see. You know, I see Jake Tapper on the TV over there. Let's see if he changes his tune.
God. Oh my goodness. Wow, Jake Tapper. I mean, that's got a really very, very high tolerance and threshold for liberal media, I have to say. No, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your work. You know, we're very, very grateful for everything that you do, and are here in solidarity, everyone at Polis. And our space is always available for any support that you might need.
Thank you all for what you're doing, and we'll be in touch soon, I'm sure.
Of course.
Have a good night.
Good
Get
night.
some sleep.
Have a good night.
Bye.
All right. After what was both a heavy and intense conversation, Madhuri, I have something lined up for you from no one other than Morning Joe.
Oh no!
I want to see you react to this clip. I mean, we have resurrected the West Wing again, and here we go. I just want to see you react to this video, and then if we can pull the West Wing, the West Wing video.
You know, the White House is more than just a building. It's more than 18 acres of land in Washington, D.C.
It's more than columns and corridors, more than history etched into stone.
And the portraits of those who came before.
It's an idea It's a symbol.
It's a sacred trust.
It's the place where Americans look for leadership when the night is at its darkest and when the dawn breaks brightest.
Earning the right to serve here isn't just about politics.
It's about a bond of honor between the American people
and their president. It's a commitment to the Republic and to our sacred Constitution.
It's a promise to temper strengths with compassion.
To uphold not only the law, but the ideals that give it life.
It's the understanding that every decision made within these walls
reverberates across the nation, impacting millions of lives.
The right kind of president reminds us that honor and dignity
aren't relics of the past,
but the foundation of our future.
They know that while their time here is fleeting,
their service can build a stronger America for generations to come.
the woman who will soon sit behind this desk will be the first in many ways.
She will lead America
to a new era,
a proud era.
A future where we will build
as one nation.
A time of opportunity and prosperity
for every American,
every family.
Her name is Kamala Harris.
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 And she will be our next president.
God, like I will puke. I want to literally puke. I cannot believe that wasn't satire. Like for the longest time, I was just watching it and I was like, is this real? Is this real? Like, this is so bad. And it's kind of awful because, you know, my husband keeps saying, he's like, all liberals do is cosplay the West Wing. They really think that they are in an episode of the West Wing. And this is just proving that, like, what is going on? What is going on? Soon, a woman will kill us all. Soon, a woman will be dropping bombs. Soon we can say the next genocide is being committed by a biracial woman of color. Like, this is what it is.
Yeah, I think it also goes to the idea of what West Wing is. And I think also we have to place West Wing within the time it came. You know, it was during the height of Bush presidency, right? Like the Bush presidency was the idea that you have these well-meaning people fighting for the average American every single day is really what it is. But what I think this is something that we've talked about in our podcast, is something that you've talked about, is something that Bhakti's written about, this constant idea that how this is the defense industrial media complex in which there is this constant celebrity obsession, whether it is Taylor Swift, whether it is Beyonce, of course, SNL. This really is a very specific kind of propaganda that we are looking at. And also, I think the list of celebrities who endorsed Kamala Harris, you have Queen Latifah, Billie Eilish, Beyonce, Jennifer Lopez, even after the P. Diddy affair, Cardi B, Joe Rogan, Mindy Kaling, Christina Aguilera, Jennifer Aniston. I think for me, what is really this idea is that Meryl Streep during the Trump presidency does this Oscar speech where she says, you know, this is not our president. Our president is someone who is speaking about a disabled person, someone who's powerless. I want to know where all of these celebrities are when Obama was droning in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I want to know where these celebrities were when we were destroying Syria and bombing Libya. I want to know where these celebrities are right now as the United States has enabled a Palestinian Holocaust. It's just, I don't know. But I think watching your face was gold. Like just seeing.
No.
Please cue this in. Please cue this in. We have to see Madhuri's eyes.
No, please. I have to make it through the end of the live stream, and I think I'll break my neck from cringing.
So we have that. Do we want to do another? Do you want to do another pop culture SNL video before we jump in?
Let's do
an SNL.
Okay. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry. I think the Zoom you're muted is still like, Okay, Madhuri, there's no way you and Kamala Chitti are not related. I'm sure there is a genetic link. The teeth, the laugh, the throwback, the hair.
God.
Oh my God. Play her as we, SNL.
Sure, why not? I mean, the bizarre thing is, it is absolutely awful. It's not remotely funny. It is not even satire, which is, I mean, what is SNL is supposed to be a satire show, which is supposed to punch up, and eviscerate and expose power, and it has instead become this weird parody situation where it is endorsing and fawning over politics. I mean, where has the satire gone? Where is the critique? Where is the commentary? You just have this weird narcissistic clip and this endorsement to this liberal fantasy of like, oh, we all are just so amazing and we just hold hands. And I mean, is this a satire show? Seriously. It's just awful.
Satire is supposed to challenge power. Satire is supposed to hold power accountable. And what we have is, I think this again goes back to the conversation that we were having about the anti-intellectualism, where the goal seems to be dumbing down the American people. Yeah. The goal is to surely bring down the national IQ, and it's really not. I mean, I'm not saying that book burning is not, yes, it is an issue, but it's not the book burning. It is the elite liberal establishment that consistently creates narratives that allows us to live in these bubbles of American exceptionalism, while the world is actually being every single aspect of what means to be a good life: education, infrastructure, access to health, access to education. The New York Public Library being shut down because we have budget cuts, while we are funding and aiding and abetting a genocide and the Holocaust of the Palestinian people. And those are the conversations we should be having. Instead, what we're having, I also want to kind of, maybe we can pull this up later. There's another SNL, every year you have the, oh my God, when you have these comedians coming and making fun of the president. What is it called?
A roast?
The annual event where the president sits there and then a comedian comes and all the what is it? Oh my God.
Oh, the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Jesus, I'm aging into a baby and my brain is fried. This year, we were told that Biden is a decent, honest man. In the middle of an ongoing genocide, during the Correspondents' Dinner, we were told by another SNL, actor that married to Scarlett Johansson. I'm becoming this old lady.
Colin Jost.
Colin Jost, yes. Colin Jost is like, Biden is a decent man because my grandfather would have voted for him. I'm like, yes, your grandfather is also Biden. Having said that, should we transition to political violence during...
Before that, we have some polls news that our producers are tirelessly giving us. One is, the Wall Street Journal has called Indiana for Trump. No surprises
Indiana
there.
For Trump.
Indiana. No surprises there. Georgia polls have closed, if I'm not mistaken. Virginia, too early to call.
Georgia, too early to call.
Georgia, too early to call. Kentucky seems to be going for Trump. Vermont seems to be going for Kamala. Georgia polls are closing. Okay. All predictable. All, this is all stuff that was going to be happening anyway. We knew this was happening. But we've also got some, speaking of Georgia, some very harrowing news that voting has been suspended at 5 locations in Georgia's DeKalb County because of bomb threats.
Yeah.
CNN reports, out of an abundance of caution, we're suspending voting at these polling locations until we have clearance from the DeKalb police to reopen. And the locations are a church, 2 libraries, and a community center and a senior center. These bomb threats are in addition to the threats called in at other counties in Georgia that a U.S. official told CNN were suspected to have originated in Russia and deemed non-credible. Okay, so we don't even know about the credibility of these clips, but Georgia polls have closed.
We have a rule in Polis editorial that unless we have a source that actually directly verifies it or secondary source, we need 2 primary sources, we need secondary sources, we will not cite. And we had this conversation for another piece that went out last week on the culture page, where we say we took out a reference simply because we couldn't have a second confirmation, despite being overwhelming proof that a certain video that was circulated, we didn't put it. And I'm surprised that FBI would put out information that is not confirmed, just adding to the misinformation. What is the point of the FBI or any of this information being put out without a single credible confirmation? What are we doing?
I don't know. I mean, I'm going to sound like I'm speculating rather wildly here, but we have a conservative capture of both the parties of this silly duopoly. I mean, it's not it's just whatever, this 2-party system. We have a complete takeover of the courts, conservative takeover of the courts, and obviously law enforcement and everything. So essentially, it feels like every kind of situation where we were talking about these concerted efforts, I feel like this is a part of that concerted mobilization to enable a Trump victory by discrediting, the election process. And I don't know, we should discuss this at some point, perhaps not now, but there is a very real chance that this election will be decided in the Supreme Court, which, as we know, is also entirely conservative.
Yeah. And I think that kind of gives us time to go into the state of the hate report that we wanted to discuss, because I think it's important for us to talk about spike in violence and hate crimes. And traditionally, I think what was both surprising and unsurprising for me is that NPR initially did a story about how during all presidential campaigns, there is a spike in hate crimes. Every presidential campaign leads to a spike in hate crimes. But more specifically, the Cause for Concern 2024 State of the Hate Report says that we have data from the last 4 presidential elections where we do see an increase in hate crimes after every presidential election. Vast majority of the hate crimes are not solely, while vast majority of these crimes are not driven by white supremacists, they do make a huge chunk of people responsible for the violence. We have policies to curb online hate. Again, while we talked about X, we also have to talk about Meta and Meta's role in both putting misinformation out. But we also now know that they benefit from misinformation, which means that algorithms allow for them to put more misinformation out. None of these, we have policies in place, but it's not really working. The other thing that we also want to look at is that, again, we are relying on FBI data, which is so egregious. But even the FBI data shows that 2021 was a record year for hate crimes. And what you really see is that Obama's presidency, 2008, begins the first wave of election hate crimes. And of course, what we've seen is that hate crimes have increased by 80% since 2015. Some of the other details we have is that white supremacists have been active and responsible for vast majority of these. We've seen that 2021 was the highest recorded year for hate crimes since 1991. Anti-Arab hate crimes have gone up by 50%. We also see anti-Asian American and Pacific Islander hate crimes have gone up by 168%. Anti-Black hate crimes have gone up by 14%. Anti-Hispanic crimes by 35%. and anti-Muslim hate crimes by 40%, anti-Jewish hate crimes by 20%, anti-Sikh crimes again have spiked, anti-LGBTQ crimes have gone up by 54%, all between 2020 and 2021. I don't even think we have data for this recent year. And the thing that we really, again, have to look at the data is that this FBI put out data, and even if the FBI is saying that vast majority of this hate crime is solely done by Christian evangelical right-wing Republicans. And I think what many of us have to understand and acknowledge is that the fear of violence, real violence that can really destroy entire communities, is very much real.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think it's important for us to. The other thing that I think before we bring Mariam in, I think one of the things we have to really talk about is also the ways in which the recent laws in the 9 states give the state legislatures greater control over elections than the Supreme Court decision.
Right.
What we've really done is that institutionally, across data from the last 50 years, we do know that political violence after polls increase when people have less and less trust on institutions. And today, what we have is the vast majority of American people do not trust the institutions and Supreme Court decisions. And again, the state's increasing control over elections are all seen as markers or indicators of weakened institutions, which again increases instances of political violence. And that's where we are. And that kind of really puts us in a place where we really do have to think about what this means for communities of color.
This election in particular, where communities of color are going to be blamed for Harris's loss, I think there is already this environment of vitriol that is being manufactured, and these statistics don't really they don't bode well for communities of color, as you said. Well, thank you for that research and for sharing that with us, Suchitra. Speaking about communities who are going to get blamed, Gen Z is unfortunately, as a more progressive generation, at the receiving end of this blame. And here to discuss that with us is our next guest, Mariam Ahmed. Hi, Mariam.
Hello.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Mariam is a writer who focuses on the intersection of politics and pop culture. She is a graduate from Wellesley College with a degree in political science and cinema and media studies. Thank you so much for being with us, Mariam.
Mariam, I just want to quickly say I loved your most recent piece for the Polis Project. We were all fangirling you. That's still the right word. But thank you so much for writing for us. It's amazing. And we were just the quotes. All fine.
Thank you. Yeah, no.
Yeah. I think you did you happen to catch any of that extremely cringe SNL stuff?
Yeah, I saw you guys talking about it and I was like, thank goodness they're talking about it because I wanted to rant about it so bad. But yeah, as you guys know, as people who may be watching have read, but there is this kind of campaign from the Harris campaign to use memes and this kind of meme discourse to appeal to voters. It's not necessarily working fully, as the SNL skit proved, but there's a very weird conflation of celebrity and politics and these fandom discourses where Kamala's the auntie and this and that. It's kind of parasocial relationship developing with her almost. That's very interesting and seems like they're trying to use that as much as they can to appeal to younger voters, especially.
Yeah. Just before I dive into it, we have your clip queued up. If we can get that, we have some of those very cringe memes so people know what Mariam's talking about.
If you've been on the internet at all in the past 3 months since Vice President Harris announced that she was running for president, you've probably seen these memes.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context.
Generally, as much as they thought it was smart campaigning strategy, they thought it was kind of cringy because it seemed to focus on using rhetoric that fandoms use for actual politicians that are meant to serve us.
I'm just living that life, fun Dutch cult classic, but I still pop.
Mariam, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, I mean, obviously, I don't think the SNL skit was designed to appeal to Gen Z. I think it was very much geared towards millennials and older. But obviously, with those very same ideas in mind, right? Creating this parasocial relationship, sort of whitewashing a lot of the things by attempting to speak to us in our language and completely defanging satire, as we said. But I'm curious about what Gen Z's reception has been, because I think it is just particularly galling to see how just cringe it was. It's very galling to watch the SNL video, but somehow I feel like I can almost expect it. But the other Gen Z stuff was galling. So how did that feel for Gen Z voters?
Yeah, for sure. I think so. Of the Gen Z voters I talked to, a lot, for the most part, it was, yeah, this is kind of cringe, but also smart campaigning because of the way that those particular memes and clips were formatted. If you scroll through like Kamala HQ's TikTok page, a lot of it is formatted in a way that is like native to a program that people use on TikTok, CapCut. And it's this very like typical, like swishing through clips and like music in the background. That kind of started when like organically when Harris announced that she was running for the campaign, but also they kind of just took it and ran with it to the ground, especially when it came to Brat and the Kamala is Brat of it all.
My God. And this in the face of there being 41 million eligible Gen Z voters, we're told.
Yeah.
But what I found pernicious, and your piece does a really good job of pointing this out, is sort of the cherry picking of this language, right? The language of youth culture, et cetera, while completely glossing over the issues that matter to your generation. Could you say a bit more about that?
Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of people, while they were, for Gen Z, as many of us have been involved in the student protest movement and in various protests across the country in the past year, for them, a lot of us, like Reza is like very, very prominent in the issues that we are voting for and considering in. And I think along with that, there's also, of course, gun violence that we've been living with since like Sandy Hook was when I was, 10? So this stuff has been happening all of our like conscious lives, and is something that we are paying a lot of attention to. Climate change as well. All these issues that we care about a lot, and of course, the cost of living right now for recent graduates and for people who are entering the workforce, it's like ever more impossible to consider buying your own home or like living in a way that is sustainable at the moment. But all these issues that we care about and are prioritizing, it seems that the Harris campaign wants to address them, but more flippantly. When it came to gun violence, like Harris was like, oh, like if somebody breaks into my house on the Oprah live stream that she was on, she was like, if somebody breaks into my house, like they're gonna get shot. And then she just kind of laughed it off. It felt a little bit out of touch when it came to this very concerted TikTok driven campaign that they're trying to appeal to Gen Z with. So that plus like the very, non-critical view of fracking and the much more regressive environmental like policies that she's proposing as opposed to Biden. But yeah, it seems there's like this disconnect between what they want to address and focus on, which is much more this cult of personality, oh my God, girl boss, diva, etc., rather than substantive issues that we care about and want to see more.
And do you feel like that alienated voters at all? And how do you think, if it did, or if it affected the disconnect, if it affected Gen Z voters, how do you think they responded to it? And by that, I mean, I don't think that they voted for Trump, but, did they not vote for her? Do you think there's a lot of third party voting? In your general estimation, how did Gen Z respond to that?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are kind of just like holding their noses and voting for her anyways, more for the fact that lots of people have used the argument that like we're voting to choose our enemy, and would you rather Trump be your enemy or would you rather Harris be the enemy that you're organizing against? There's this very like pervasive rhetoric of who do you think it will be safer to organize with in power, when I don't know if that's necessarily the best argument, considering the fact that under this Biden administration, the amount of students that have been arrested and the amount of draconian policies that universities have instituted on us, kind of challenges the idea that organizing will be easier. But yeah, I think it's a little too early to say exactly where Gen Z is going, but I know that from the people I spoke to and from the people who I've generally interacted with at these protests, a lot of them are either just disillusioned with the system in general and may either not vote, may leave the top of it blank. I was considering that as well. Or are just voting for her anyways, especially if they're in places like the swing states or places in the South where things like abortion bans and those much more restrictive laws are very close reality.
Yeah. You mentioned the fracking clip. We have something queued up. Can we bring that up, please? Um,
2020. It was just one of several topics on which KDKA political editor John Delano pressed the vice president.
Here's more of his exclusive interview.
Harris will ban all fracking.
As a senator back in 2019, Kamala Harris once said she would ban fracking.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
The method used to extract the natural gas we use in this region to heat our homes and factories. The Trump campaign insists that is still Harris's view. So I repeated one campaign ad and asked the vice president directly. The ad claims that if you're elected president, you will ban fracking and you will cost Pennsylvania over 300,000 jobs. Have you changed your view on fracking? And if so, why?
So let me start by saying that ad, as you described it, is absolutely a mischaracterization that I think is intended to make people afraid.
Harris said her view today is the same as in 2020 when she joined the Biden ticket. President Biden said repeatedly in that campaign that he would not ban fracking, a position repeated by Harris to me.
I will not ban fracking. I did not as vice president. In fact, I cast the tie-breaking vote to open up more fracking leases.
My God.
And my perspective on this is grounded in a number of things, including that we don't have to ban fracking to do the work that we can do to also invest in a clean energy economy.
And the vice president took.
Oh my goodness, Mariam, can we have a reaction?
Yeah, I hadn't seen that clip in full in a bit, and I don't understand. It's this and like this I love fracking thing and the America has the most lethal fighting force in the world rhetoric that she keeps using that just boggles my mind. I don't understand why these are things that she needs to be proudly espousing. Like at least have the shame to quietly do it. But like it's quite striking. I mean, considering the devastation that things like Hurricanes Helene and Milton have brought,
right,
especially in the Southeast, and the ways in which those hurricanes have impacted the most marginalized people there, it's really strange that this is something that she wants to move back on, as opposed to something that has been kind of on the platform or at least in discussion on the platform for Democrats for a long time. So yeah, it's a little confusing as to why she would want to do that, but I think in efforts to market herself as the most palatable candidate to the least common denominator,
Yeah.
she's trying to say lots of things like this that leave the rest of us confused.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think it's just it's so infantilizing because she feels like, if she just throws a couple of memes Gen Z's way and she just, throws a couple of buzzwords, whatever, she can just be like, I'm gonna frack all day, and like they're not going to pay attention because it's Oprah or whatever. So, it's really infantilizing, and at the same time, it is just this like you said, what we have been observing, which is just this very rightward shift, and this complete conservative takeover of a very dated two-party system. And I was wondering if you have any thoughts on the two-party system, given that so many people in your generation will be voting for the first time, and I feel so bad that this is your first election. I'm sorry. I hope voting down the ballot was more interesting for you, but yeah.
It was a little better down the ballot because we've been more proximate to those candidates, so we can ask them questions. Like somebody came and knocked on our door, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And we could have those conversations. As far as the two-party system goes, I think this is my second time voting in the presidential election. I voted in the 2020 election. I turned 18 then, and it's just been, it's a really interesting time. I was one of those people back then that was like, okay, we can move him further to the left. Like there is scope to do stuff. I am not one of those people anymore. And I think I'm not the only one when it comes to Gen Z. I think a lot of us are generally pretty disillusioned with the system that doesn't seem to listen to us. When it came to 2020, the March for Our Lives and that huge movement against gun violence had happened a couple years prior and was still kind of in the national conversation. But it seemed like since then, whether it was gun violence or climate change, it just seems like we haven't moved enough. And I don't know if the two-party system that we have is going to allow us to do that. No matter how much it seems we kick and scream and, bang down doors, like we're not even literally doing. It seems to fall on deaf ears, really. So yeah, I am someone who does pay attention to politics a lot. This is what I write about. But for those who are not so tuned in, I think it's really easy to be like, well, this system is just not working for me, and there's no point in me working for it either. And I think that is probably a sentiment that a lot of Gen Z feels.
Yeah.
Mariam, we asked this question to Tarek, and I want to put that question to you as well. As someone who has lived under a Trump presidency, and you said you voted for the first time in 2020, and now we do not know how this night is going to end. Do you see there being a substantive difference organizing under Kamala, which a lot of us have, and then organizing under Trump? And do you think there are ways in which the Gen Z sees how the ground organizing will turn out, no matter who comes to power, because we have examples of both now?
Yeah, I think, really from the people that I talked to for my article, granted, they were from a specific demographic that is not at all favorable towards Trump. But I think a lot of us don't want Trump. Like, that's kind of the basic thing. But considering how joyfully it seems that Kamala Harris has been okay with the ongoing genocide, campaigning on this, message of hope and joy and unity. Meanwhile, this is where our tax dollars are going to. I don't know if there will be a material difference in organizing. I do know that while Harris is slightly more predictable in her policies and where that's going to go, we know that her immigration policy doesn't seem all that different from Trump's in the rhetoric heavy on security and, keeping our people safe and this and that, with no consideration for the people who are literally refugees coming in. I don't know if I know for sure what's going to happen, but I know that nobody really wants Trump, but people don't think that Harris is necessarily going to be better for the things that we want to organize for. So it's quite the conundrum.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's a total. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself so much, but it's just kind of bizarre to me how intensely, Kamala has been appealing to conservatives and how desperately she has rebranded herself as a conservative. When in our podcast, Chitra pointed out that she has actually a very progressive voting record, if not the most progressive voting record. And it's just really, and all these last ditch attempts that are so infuriating. The kind of like, okay, Gen Z, I'll give you these crumbs, and the last ditch attempt to Muslim American and Arab American voters in Michigan last night, where she's like, okay, okay, I'll stop the war, just get out tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it is really difficult. I share your general ambivalence, and as we had said to Tarek, maybe, I don't know, I have some optimism when it comes to the media, simply because they have been so uncritical of Trump and, of Biden and Kamala. I want to ask you one last question, because you brought up, Roe and abortion, and that is, we will be discussing this with our next guest, Yasmin, as well. But the Democrats have had a long time to codify Roe, most notably during Obama. So do you really, what do you really think? Do you really think that Roe is an election issue? Or do you feel like it's just something that they're always going to, hold hostage in order to get people to vote for them? Again, the last ditch sort of, we got your Roe,
Yeah, I think I totally agree. It has been a long time, and they could have codified Roe v. Wade, or at least some kind of protections in the meantime. But I know that I saw someone else, I can't remember exactly who said it, but someone else was saying that in order to codify Roe v. Wade, Obama need not to have spent so much political capital on the American Health Care Act, which is an argument that I can see some validity in. But yeah, I think with Democrats, they're very good at talking down to their voters, their voter base, and they're also very good at saying democracy is on the line, always, and forever. And if you don't vote for them, that's like the end, apparently. But so yeah, I hope that if Harris does win, Roe v. Wade gets codified. But despite many people who have organized for abortion and for the people's right to bodily autonomy, they've been saying this is coming for a really long time, and it seems Democrats just been like, oh yeah, we'll deal with it when we get to it. That doesn't seem to have happened yet, and it's really concerning. But yeah, I really hope that something does change. It's a reality for us, especially as young women, that is very scary to not have it, to be in states where we don't have access to healthcare like that. I live in New York, so I'm fine, but a lot of us are not.
Yeah. Well, one last question, which is, what do you think is going to happen? What is your prediction for this election?
I'm the kind of person who does not put that much stock in polls these days. Because this close, I'm like, I can't. There's no more to see. But I know that some states are getting. A lot of people have warned about this kind of red mirage in the beginning of tonight as election results are coming in and it turning. I think there's a lot. It's kind of unpredictable, but judging by the polls so far and what I've heard so far, that a lot of people, there's a pretty broad coalition voting for Harris. I don't know what the numbers are going to shake out to be in terms of the people who aren't. And I think that will be really interesting to see. But yeah, I think she will win. But again, there's no way to predict this for sure until maybe another 2 or 3 days. So we'll see.
Well, if we're lucky, 2 or 3 days.
Yeah.
All right, Suchita, do you have anything else, or should we thank Yasmin for her time?
I just want to say that, Mariam, thank you for joining us. Thanks for writing for us. For our listeners joining in now, and if you're not already subscribed to our newsletter, please do. And also, please read Mariam's most recent piece for the Polis Project, where she wrote about Kamala Harris is using meme culture to woo Gen Z voters. Are they buying it? It was one of the most, it was one of the most fun, but also really well thought out and documented conversation about where the Gen Z is. So thank you so much for writing for us.
Yes.
And again, thank you for joining us.
Yes, very
My
incisive
pleasure.
work. Take care, Mariam.
All right.
Thank
Bye.
you. Okay. Yes, she's a very, very, very incisive writer. And yet, when we put her piece up on our Instagram, we had all of these liberal people just in our comments accusing her of being a single issue, accusing Gen Z of being a single issue voter. And in her piece, she had laid out like 10 things, So it's just absolutely bizarre how they're viewing how liberal women, millennial women, I have to say, are viewing the genocide.
But I think it's also important that we have writers like Mariam write for us. And I think it's important that we build newsrooms where the value of the spoken and the written word is respected.
Yes.
We have another brilliant guest about to join us in a few minutes. But I just also quickly wanted to go over some CNN exit polls.
Yep.
CNN exit poll says the 20-point swing towards Trump among independents in Georgia. Again, it's just... I actually want to quote Tanya, who is helping us produce today's segment. She says that if voting is democratic participation in our own oppression, then voting as harm reduction is politics that keeps us at the mercy of our oppressors. I think that's a very... Tanya, thank you for that zing. That could also perhaps become the opening line of the book that you will write one day.
Mm-hmm.
I think the poll numbers are coming out, and again, I think the fact that the Georgia independents have gone for Trump is alarming.
Sorry, I just wanted to quickly also add that Vermont has been called for Kamala. No surprises, but just an update. Sorry, Suchitra, you were saying.
No, take it away.
That's it. That was my update. I wanted to ask if we could queue up just so I can take a little bit of a water break. Our forthcoming guests video, and then maybe we could have the video of Obama and his stance on Roe, I don't think we're going to do it now. And then we'll be right back to introduce Yasmin and go from there.
Legislative priority. I believe that women should have the right to choose, but I think that the most important thing we can do to tamp down some of the anger surrounding this issue is to focus on those areas that we can agree on, and that's where I'm going to focus. Okay. Jeff.
Suchitra, you've been talking about this video for a while. Mute.
And it's like we never left COVID. We're all like back to unmute, mute. The thing is, yes, so, excuse me. I recently saw Obama talk about how we should all vote for Kamala Harris because Kamala is going to legislate Roe versus Wade. If you lived as long as I have, which right at this point in time seems like a really long time. So sorry.
Take your time, Suchitra. Take your time. Take your time. There's a lot to say about this, and
No, that's so feeble. I think it's excuse me. In 2008, I remember watching Obama. And I remember watching him through his election campaign, sitting in Cairo. I remember Obama making a election promise. This is 2008, before his presidential win, claiming that he will, not claiming, promising that he would legislate Roe versus Wade. And then I'm so sorry. Madhu, you just want to give me a minute? I'm just going to get some water.
Yeah, absolutely. Please get some water. But
we cue that Obama video. Maybe
yes, exactly. I was just going to say, can we please play? Yes, it's true. As one of our producers is pointing out, just the thought of Obama is making poor Suchitra choke with rage.
Talking about earlier, the recent Bush Supreme Court's decision really took away critically important decisions from women and put them in the hands of politicians. And as a result of this, we're expecting and have already seen so much anti-choice legislation at the state level. What would you do at the federal level, not only to ensure access to abortion, but to make sure that the judicial nominees that you will inevitably be able to pick are true to the core tenets of Roe v. Wade?
Well, the first thing I'd do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act. That's the first thing that I'd do. Then I'm absolutely convinced we're not just going to win an election, but more importantly, we're going to transform this nation. Thank you very much.
As I have choked with rage, I remember that press conference. I remember that talk that he did in Planned Parenthood, if I'm not mistaken, being reported extensively. And Obama gets elected, and very soon he says that legislating Roe versus Wade is no longer a priority. The Democrats could have legislated Roe versus Wade in 2008. They did. And they could have legislated it under Biden. They did. And now, after all these years, now we are in 2024, you can do the math. 2008, 2024. And for Obama to now come and demand that we vote for Kamala Harris, because Kamala Harris would now legislate Roe versus Wade. I think maybe we can also hear Obama now making this this request, another request, a chiding remark where he says, maybe we can cue that.
Yeah.
I mean, when he ran for president the first time, he said he would support punishing women who got an abortion. That's what he said. Thank you. Now, well, a couple of weeks ago, what did he say? He said, "Don't worry, women, I'll be your protector. I'll tell you how he protected you." He handpicked 3 of the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe versus Wade, went out there and bragged about it. And now there are Trump abortion bans in 20 states, many of them with no exception for rape or incest. And when he's asked about it, he says, well, everybody wanted it this way. Really? He thinks women want to have to drive hundreds of miles to find a doctor who can help them? Does he think doctors want to choose between letting a woman die or going to jail for giving her the life-saving care that she needs? That is not something people chose. Now, Donald Trump may be confused about that issue, but let's not be confused. Let's be clear about what's at stake here. If you send Bob Casey back to the Senate, he'll vote to restore reproductive freedom that women had for nearly 50 years. And if Congress passes that bill, Kamala Harris will sign it into law.
So this is just absurd. This is absurd. Just the repeated lies, the repeated gaslighting, and as if people don't remember, and maybe they don't, or I don't know what it is, but it's absolutely, blatant and, bald-faced lie. And what is really, 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 really frustrating about this is that he's sort of become that celebrity. We talk about this cult of celebrity and the politicians, and we've been talking about this all this while. And he has just got his entire fandom, I think, before that was even a thing, like what they're trying to do so hard. So he's a celebrity.
Can we just call Obama for what he is right now? He's a content producer. He produces podcasts, he produces clips, he's a content producer. So I think what we really have to understand is the election promise of 2008 was, again, I'm repeating this over and over again, the election promise to legislate Roe versus Wade from 2008 has not come through. Why should we vote? I mean, many of us have voted already. Why should we vote for Democrats who have never kept who have not kept this very particular campaign promise? And I think that is something that we have to hold the Democrats accountable for. How can we trust a Democratic president who has failed to do this? They had over a decade, they had 15 years. 2008 to 2024, you had 15 years, with, of course, the 4 years of Trump presidency in the middle, to legislate Roe versus Wade, and you did.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the only way we can hold them accountable is by never holding them accountable. Just keep on and on electing them while they keep holding your rights hostage. On that note, I know Yasmin has been super patient. So I would love to introduce her and bring Yasmin on board. Hi, Yasmin. Hello. So nice to meet
everyone.
you.
Hello, Suchitra. Hi, Madhurina. So nice to see you guys in person. Thank you for having me on the show.
Of course. Yasmin Nair is a writer, an activist, media and cultural critic, academic, and current editor-at-large for Current Affairs, which is a magazine we love. She's co-founder of the Radical Queer Editorial Collective Against Equality and the policy director of the Chicago Queer Radical Collective Gender Just. Thank you so much for joining us, Yasmin.
Thank you again. It's a pleasure.
Do you have any initial thoughts, downloads, reactions?
Yes. Oh dear. I think we are now fully entering the nice white lady era of politics, and where nice white ladies are not just white ladies, of course. There are also people like Barack Obama. There are women like Michelle Obama, and certainly Kamala Harris. It's a complete mess. We no longer have political candidates. We only have placeholders, right? So Biden was a placeholder who said, if you elect me, I'll just make sure that this guy doesn't come in, and then I'll quietly leave. That was sort of the kind of the promise he made, given his age. And what we're getting now is a version of that, which is, if you elect me, that guy won't be here. But there's no sense of what the vision for a world might be. What are the, I always think about Matilda Bernstein Sycamore saying, our dreams have become so small. And it's true. Like, I look at Harris's agenda, quote unquote,
sure.
Which, by the way, Current Affairs has a great, very detailed article explaining every single point. And it's nothing. It's really a lot of blah, 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 but nothing particularly specific, while she wanders the country with Mark Cuban and Liz Cheney, of all people. So anyway, sorry, I could blab on, but please, I'll shut up for a second.
No, not at all. It is it's interesting, this whole sort of lack of an agenda, because all I've heard people say today is, from Michelle Obama to every celebrity that has endorsed her, it's like, I voted for Kamala because she has a plan. And it's like, I don't think she does,
Right.
But I just wanted to sort of start with talking to you about your most recent piece on Cicada voters, where you talk about the casual racism of liberals and public figures. There's so many examples here, so I'll just say I mentioned a couple. Bill Clinton in Wisconsin, New York Times columnist Maureen Dowd, who describes Latino and Black men who describes Latino and Black men who are drawn to Trump's swaggering, bullying, and insulting, seeing him as the reeling backward antidote to shrinking male primacy. So we have these, essentially completely dehumanized, brainless Arabs and Muslims who can't understand why Israel needs to kill them, and even more brainless, Latinos and Black men who don't understand, who make these decisions based on, machismo. And so I just wanted to ask how long you think the Democrats can continue to piggyback off of, the progressives and essentially expect the allegiance of people for whom they have just expressed such contempt, from contempt to dehumanization,
Forever and a day. It will never stop. It will never stop, because I think what the Democrats have managed to do is to create a situation where they are able, I think what's interesting to me is that they're able to feed off the anxieties of, for instance, an emerging migrant community, and feed off the longing for a certain kind of class ascension on their part, perhaps,
right,
or a need for belonging, right? In terms of women, they're able to feed off absolute panic with all this ridiculous hangama around Margaret Atwood style imagery and all of that. So I think the only thing the Democrats are capable of doing really well is to constantly create and feed off crises. Right. And they're constantly telling you, if you don't do, but they've been saying that forever and a day. And it's become worse, I think, obviously a lot of things have happened before 2016, but I feel like since 2016, I feel like we have essentially been slithering around the edge of a waterfall. And every 4 years, we get closer to the edge, and then we keep boasting about how we're not falling over. Right. That's kind of, I think, what the Democrats have done. So I think in terms of race and in terms of gender, when Bill Clinton said everything that he said in Wisconsin, I mean, all of our jaws, I think, just dropped to the floors, right? The horrifically, blatantly racist things that he was able to say. And a lot of my friends and colleagues were saying, oh, well, that was a goof up. I said, no, that's not a goof up. That was extremely deliberate. This is $1 billion campaign. They know what they're doing. They've got some really big names out there in terms of campaigning and campaigners. They know what they're doing. So this is extremely deliberate. And I think that kind of racism, overt racism, and then sort of racism light, the Amy Schumer-y kind of,
oh God,
men are just led by their dicks to be rapists, which is pretty much what Amy Schumer said in a quote unquote joke a few years ago, and which is being repeated by Maureen Dowd, but in very nice white lady ways, of course, right? And I think what the Democrats do is to create paranoia and hysteria and to plug into parts of supposedly inherently progressive parts of the population and just feed off that. The other problem, I think, is that the problem has also been on the left, where we on the left are reluctant to really interrogate certain organizing principles. And I know this as someone who's written on immigration and has had her articles slashed and taken away. I've had editors say to me, we'd love for you to write for us. And I'd say, well, okay, how about this piece on immigration that's critical of the immigration rights movement? Oh, well, not that. But there's not been, and that's not to put the light back on me, but just to say that on the left, what is a left position on immigration? What is a left position on abortion? So far, abortion is a woman's right to choose. Well, yeah, no shit, but it's much more than that, right? What is immigration? It's about people needing to be with their families and not be separated. No, it's about the exploitation of labor on which this country depends, right? And what is interesting to me as someone who has followed immigration for a long time is the dramatic shift, gradual yet dramatic shift from, I would say, sometime around the 90s or so, from labor-focused immigration agenda to an affective model of reunification with families and so on, all of which was led by, for instance, the undocuqueer movement, the undocumented movement, and all of that. on, pulling on narratives about, and I hate this because the left is so horrible about its critique of identity politics, but it did pull on this notion of identity and identitarian ways of responding to immigration. So I think the problem right now is it's not only the Democrats, it is that, what do we have on the left? Where's the immigration rights movement right now? If Trump is elected, once again, as they did in 2016, he'll put in some ban or the other. People will rush to the airports and talk about it on social media, and we're going to fight for our brethren, blah, 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 while of course ignoring Gaza, but that's a whole other issue. But they love that, right? The immigration rights movement loves that. Parts of the left love it because it gives them a way to say, look at what we're doing for immigration. But logistically, legislatively, politically, there's nothing. DACA was never legislation. DACA was just a presidential executive order, which can disappear under any president, Democrat or Republican. So, this is the problem. It's not only the Democrats, it's this wide swathe of people from liberals, progressives, all the way up to the left.
Yeah. I said, go ahead, Suchita.
Go for it.
No, just our producer Anil pointed out that what we'll get is, AOC weeping at
yes. Anil, just so you know, I actually have a whole essay about that montage. It was like Russian cinema, at the fence, and then her dropping to her knees. And I want to write to her communications person and say, so tell me how you planned this out. How did you plot? Where was the place mark here for her to stand? No, that was an absolutely ridiculous drama.
Yasmin, earlier this year you wrote about, soon after Kamala replaced Joe Biden, you wrote about her as a Democratic nominee. You said Kamala Harris will lose. And one of the reasons you identified for this loss is that Harris stands for nothing. At that time, for several weeks after accepting the nomination, Harris did not even have a policy platform.
Right.
Again, her entire platform has been anybody but Trump. Now, on the eve of the elections, or very much into Georgia for all purposes going to the Republicans, do you now have a sense of, say, what Harris stands or what kind of presidency she might have if she wins?
I think what I have is a sense that she is going to do whatever people can force her to do. I don't think she's ever really been a political she's never been a political candidate. She's always been someone who knows how to run for office. And I think that's the difference. If you're a political candidate, you have to have a vision. You have to have a sense of, and even Biden, bless his rotting little mind and heart, had something of, a vision. If you look at some of the stuff that he has brought in, yes, you could say he's actually done stuff that he said he would do from the very beginning. But with Kamala Harris, for instance, she keeps saying her biggest claim in terms of change is, I'm going to build an opportunity economy. Well, what is an opportunity economy?
Yes.
Influencer economy? We were talking about influencers, right? I mean, Obama is an influencer. Obama is a grifter. The Clintons and Obamas are grifters. We have from about Obama onwards now, all we have are politicians who have an eye on where to go after the presidency is over and what careers they could possibly craft, right? So, and I think Harris is on that track. So she's fuzzy. So she'll say something like, I'll have a child tax credit, which is wonderful. But there is so much else that we need to do in terms of children, in terms of education, in terms of, food scarcity for poorer children, et cetera, in terms of public education. So you can't just say, here's some money, and then not do anything about the system in which children have to survive, right? So, I live in Hyde Park on the south side of Chicago, where Rahm Emanuel happily closed down 50 schools.
My God.
And where Barack Obama has established a gentrification regime. So that has economic effects on adults and on children. So if you're not going to take care of all of that, what is the point? And I feel like going through her policies, everything is about these sort of these very high sounding proposals, but there's nothing specific. And given her record, I'm not sure what she's going to follow through on.
Yeah. Yasmin, I have a follow-up question. You characterize Kamala Harris as someone who can win elections but not a political candidate. But when she was in the primaries last time, she really didn't do very well. So how do you reconcile?
That is true.
You have to drop out.
Yeah. Well, that is true. I should, I think that she was not expecting, I suspect. I don't think she quite understood the scope of it. And I suspect what has happened now is that she very quickly understood the scope of the campaign for the presidency. You're absolutely right about that. But I'm also thinking about her career in California, where she would, every time she saw a downslide, she would pivot the way she needed to and quickly regain her foothold. And I suspect, and I think with the primary, she was a little bit like, who's a Kennedy woman heir who was asked, why are you running for president? She said, well, because I'm a Kennedy. And I think Kamala Harris, obviously doesn't come from the same class background, etc., but had that same sense of, well, I'm just owed this. So I don't think she was prepared at all, is my sense. So you're absolutely right to bring that up. I think she learns quickly in terms of electioneering. She learns very quickly, and she's able to pivot very quickly. And I also think, this time around, there are these other factors that also raised her up, one of which is the existence of Trump. And the fear, just the sheer horror of the Trumpness of it all. And there's also a Democrat machine, which said, we don't even have to vote on her. We don't have to do anything. We have to just push her forward. There's the fact that an entire world saw Joe Biden's mind fall to pieces and splash on the floor during a debate, which she obviously knew about for a long time. Again, that's another story. So I think all these factors came into play to push her. So she didn't really have to do anything either this time around. She was pretty much placed in that position of becoming the only presidential candidate.
Yeah.
We have another curveball. I know this is not something we discussed, but the other woman of South Asian descent, Usha Vance, I would love for you to just as you plug into her.
I don't get her. I look at her and I think, what brainworm got into you? And let me just say, there's this discourse, this very problematic discourse around Melania, for instance. Melania, you must be trapped. Blink twice if you escape. And I think people have said that about Usha Vance. But in one way, we know this as people of South Asian descent, that there is an entire class structure within the South Asian community which actually is okay with the deep marginalization of various sectors of the population, right, to give themselves a heads up. So in some ways, yes, you have to ask, well, your husband is a real racist. He's saying these awful things essentially about you and your children. Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, I think it's a very calculated, it's a calculated move. It's fine. She doesn't see herself, I suspect, as in any way facing danger from the kind of rhetoric he's espousing, even though technically, strictly speaking, what he's saying is a sort of thing that incites violence against someone like her, if she's not surrounded by, for instance, security guards and so on, that clearly mark her as someone important, right? Mm-hmm. If she's an average, I don't like the term hate crime for a whole other set of reasons, but she is likely to be the victim of a hate crime if she walks down as an anonymous person, even in New York City or even in Chicago, because of the kind of hateful rhetoric he's been spouting. So I think this is where we see, Desi Auntie, sort of the Desi Auntie rationale. I'll be fine, right? I'll be fine. I've got my servants, I've got my cars.
Yeah.
My husband will always be fine with his beautiful blue eyes and dark, lush eyelashes.
Oh,
I don't get it. I mean, yeah, I mean, I get it and I don't get it. It is unfathomable.
Oh
She
my
does dress well, I will say that. Am I allowed to say that? But she does.
Yeah, why not? I just so it's lots of little strands that I wanted to pick up on, but sort of going back to Harris again, the fact that she was just anointed, like,
Yes.
isn't that like, undemocratic? That's the most
Of course.
undemocratic way.
Mhm.
So what is this that the liberals keep banging on about? Oh, our democracy is at stake. Our democracy is at stake. Like everything that they do is undemocratic, and it just seems to be, as you said, this state of manufactured hysteria and panic. And I think, at least to me, it seemed like the big panic is when white women have this Handmaid's Tale panic situation, and their perceived victimhood is so powerful. That's the victim, like literal, the dehumanization and killing of brown and black women is okay, as long as their panic fantasy or whatever doesn't, it feels like some sort of a weird fantasy that they have.
Pornographic. And I say this as someone who loves porn, so just to be clear, but it's very pornographic fantasy, isn't it?
Yes, it does feel like that.
I feel like Handmaid's Tale, the TV series at least, the book is actually pretty innocuous. It's not bad, but it's not great, and it's fairly, it's a very slim book. It's okay, but the TV series, I had to stop watching it because I just thought this is sort of violence and pornography and everything rolled in together. Again, I have no problems with all that kind of pornography, but to see it as manifesting as some kind of progressive view of the world for women was ick galore.
Yeah. And but okay, so also this question that we've been asking a lot of our guests is what, you have this incredible critique of the left's policies, such as they are, or whatever, on immigration and reproductive rights.
Right.
So what is the future of the American left, again, such as it is? I don't even know how to begin to define the American left, because the Democratic Party is everyone from now Liz Cheney to Rashida Tlaib. So I don't even first, who is the left? What is the future? And how do they keep saying that they will hold Kamala accountable? Like what does that even mean?
I don't know who the American left is, except when I'm, in the spaces like current affairs or my organizing pals in Chicago, which I haven't done a lot of organizing lately. But Chicago is an amazing city for organizing. We do have a socialist mayor, so New York, pay attention. But that being, I think the left is a very fractured entity, and the left is sometimes extremely successful, as with Chicago. And there are, prison abolitionists have done a lot around, for instance, the decarceration of youth and so on. There are these measures we don't always read about. There's a lot going on, yes.
Yeah.
But do they all identify as the left? Perhaps not, right? And for me, what it means to be the left is to have a solidly materialist analysis, which means that you don't think, oh, identity doesn't matter. And you don't think, well, only identity matters, right? You have to think about how all of this melds, right? Combines to create terribly brutal conditions for a number of people. So for instance, again, abortion, right? What is the left? Is there a left? Well, I've been watching recent socialist organizing conventions and so on, and if they have abortion, it's fairly late into the program. They'll tack it on as sort of an afterthought. And then it's all about, oh, it's a woman's right to choose, and it's about bodily autonomy. And I'm sitting there going, no, it's not. It is about recognizing that this is an economic right. And if you're going to use the old chestnut of half the world's population, blah, 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 well, half the world's population is denied potentially that right to exercise economic, their own economic rights, to have the lives they want to lead, if they can't access abortion. So but the left is hung up. Again, there are pockets, of course, of the left that have a materialist analysis of abortion, but that's not, I think, the majority of the left. The other problem with the left that I have is that it keeps coming back to this idea. It keeps wanting to it keeps defining itself against the right.
Sure.
And also it forgets that the opposite of the right is not the left, and the opposite of the left is not the right. Right? So if you're not going to really think, you have to stop thinking, I think, about, well, how do we do things differently? And how do we always react to this crisis? There's always going to be a new crisis. You have to sit down and think, how do we think about a world beyond these crisis moments, beyond these? And so far, it's just been lurching, I think, from one crisis to another. And it's been so that's one issue. I think the other problem with the left, and this is perhaps a whole other episode, is the state of publishing and analysis today.
Sure.
You cannot have a vibrant left that is dependent on exploited labor, where increasingly anyone who wants to write or publish needs to have come from massive amounts of money, where people think it's okay to write for free, looking at many publications around me right now, so when you have a class of people whose worldview is trained through this lens of, well, I, as a person of privilege, can speak for inequality. And when that increases in the publishing world, then you get a vision of a world that is not in any way cognizant of what inequality actually means in real life. And I don't mean, and I want to be absolutely clear, because the left also fetishizes poverty and poor people.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And class reductionism and class cosplay is ridiculous on the left, right?
Yes.
So I want to be clear, that's not what I'm asking. We must have working class men, more of them in the shut up. All right. I met so many lefties who dress and talk in a certain way to try to pretend. We know all of this, right? But I think, I don't think people are taking the crisis of publishing, the crisis in publishing rather, seriously enough, and thinking about its relationship to the fall of left politics.
Yeah.
Who is publishing the big op-eds? Where are they publishing it?
Yeah.
And whose voices get articulated? And consequently, what kinds of worldviews, right? What kinds of dreams are we coming up with through that particular system? That really matters. And I've been saying this for, I don't know, most of my life at this point, and I'm 250, so it's a really long time.
No, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more about, publishing. And I agree completely. And also about the sort of the small dreams that we're having. I suppose one thing that I wanted to say in response to that is also what has been irking, I think, Suchitra and me and Bhakti when we do our podcast is also the sort of co-opting of these very radical left policies by the center, I want to say, by liberals, and then completely defanging them, which is really, really stressful and annoying, and doesn't do, I think, any favors, obviously, to the movement. And the other is a sort of desire that I feel that the American people really have for like a messiah, and all of the love and adoration is towards the person and not the cause, and then so it's so easy to give them a bad name and hang them. And, so again, I feel like that inhibits as well a lot of real organizing and coalition building. But my question is in this idea of like moving past what we have, in this particular election, which is a conservative takeover, essentially.
Yes.
It's like a one, party election, and Kamala's policies, such as they are as Republican or as conservative as the most fringe Republican policies used to be.
Sure.
They're all extremely mainstream now. What is voting green, or voting a third party vote an answer? One of our columnists has written that a third-party vote, Ruby Hamad, and she'll be on to discuss, is a sort of, imagination for a new way forward beyond this, duopoly that we have. So what are your thoughts on voting third party?
Well, I mean, I think Americans are addicted to the two-party system, and they seem to think that anything outside it will just create anarchy, which would be a great thing, the right kind of anarchy. But no, I'm all about multi-party candidates, and I think that increasingly, I think we have to keep pushing back on this idea that a third-party candidate will ruin or steal an election. So I kept, as we all hear, right? Oh, well, Bernie stole votes last time and Ralph Nader stole the votes last time. No, if your candidate is so pathetic that so much depends on the sliver of a of a slice of voters, your candidate is the one with the problem. That means your candidate does not have a resoundingly sound vision that actually attracts a lot of people and so on. So I think it's the political conversation around outside the duopoly, right? Yeah. That needs to happen. And Americans are deeply resistant to it. Again, I think because we're so used to crisis mode, and we've swallowed that particular pill that, oh my God, every 4 years, if this doesn't happen, we're just going to devolve and everything will be a complete mess. And I'll have to walk around in a red sheet or something. This is, but no, I'm all for, multiple party candidates. I mean, my idea is that if you really think you have a strong democracy, well, that's a strong democracy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Break the addiction cycle.
So, Yasmin, we've been asking this question to all of our guests. What is your prediction? Do you have a prediction for how this night ends?
My only prediction is that we're screwed no matter who wins.
Exactly.
In one way, right? If Trump wins, it's just going to be a matter. I don't think they're not necessarily different kinds of being screwed overness, as it were, but it's a question of, I think we're fucked. I genuinely think we're fucked either way, because the issue is that we will have a work cut out no matter who wins. If it's Trump, we're going to have to obviously fight back against his childish but incredibly dangerous attempts to, I think, who knows what he'll do, right? We have no way of predicting because the man's brain rotted a long time ago. But if it's Harris, in some ways, it's almost more difficult. The only good thing I see coming out of a Harris presidency, not the only, okay, but one good thing I do see coming out of a Harris presidency is perhaps the end of an MSNBC liberal-dominated media landscape. I think what this last year has shown is how facile that part of the media landscape is, how rotten it is, and how little there is left for it to actually say. It's a leftover from the 90s. Literally, MSNBC is literally leftover from the 90s. And I think the problem is we don't have something to actually replace it with, right? What do we use to replace? Well, there's current affairs, there's the Polis Project, there's a whole lot of things that we can use to replace it. But that's one of the few good things coming out of this, because I think they will have nothing. I mean, what is Rachel Maddow going to keep saying? What is Chris Haynes going to keep saying ad nauseum, right? So, yeah. But I think we're screwed either way, just differently. And yeah. Like a great many of us, of all people, have a lot to be frightened about with the Trump presidency. More than Michelle Obama, more than, a lot of other people. But I still think we're going to be screwed no matter what. We still have COVID. We have Gaza. We are still bombing the shit out of, until that stops. What I have been saying to people is I refuse to celebrate if Harris wins. And I think none of us, absolutely. I think we have to have we've done this before, but I think this year in particular, if there is no end to a genocide, we cannot even think about celebrating a Harris win. It's not a win. And I think, what I'm optimistic about is that I do think there's a larger sense in this country of a sense of exhaustion and a kind of sense that this is true, that we shouldn't really be celebrating. I think people do see that we have two vacuous candidates. we don't have alternatives. It's us against the wall. And I think people are beginning to realize that. But again, is there a left that can take up any kind of movement organizing? That's the question. So I'm not sure that answers your question, but thank you for asking. Essentially is my summary.
Well, I unfortunately, I wish I were as optimistic about you about MSNBC. Rachel Maddow has been on the air for I don't know how long saying the same things. I think she can do 4 more years.
This is true.
She did the last 4. She can do 4 more. She's on prime time now,
Yeah.
But I also wanted to say, as again has been pointed out in the chat, that while presidents have this sort of very limited impact on people's daily lives, foreign policy is the area in which they have the biggest amount of influence. And so foreign policy matters. The genocide matters. I hear you. I think that it is extremely infantilizing and reductive when people tell you it's a single issue vote and and why does it matter? Like, do you also want our reproductive rights to be ended? All this stuff. But yes, I think that this I hope I don't know, I just hope that we can go through this hell together, united in it. No matter what happens.
I mean, I'm deeply concerned about where India will be in all of this as well, given Modi's fascism, which all of you have always talked about. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's been a huge, because it's bad whether it's Trump or Harris, but it's so interesting how differently bad it is, right? So,
Suchitra, did you have any other questions?
No, I really do want to read you write about Usha Vance. One of my favorite pieces, the recent favorite pieces that you wrote, was this breaking down of Hasan Minhaj and this trauma passports and what it means. And I think the idea of identity politics being the idea that somehow being represented is the be all and end all of politics is taken hold of the South Asian diaspora. Where as long as I'm represented, and every other analysis is out of the window. So no questions, but just.
Sorry, I have one question, if you have the time, Yasmin.
Of course, absolutely.
Can you tell me about this Hasan Minhaj piece briefly? Because I don't actually.
Yes, I let the queen talk.
Go ahead if you like.
No, you should. It's this idea.
Do you know about what happened with Hasan Minhaj? The whole New Yorker article?
Yes.
Right. So I did a deep dive into this. And essentially what Minhaj did to resurrect himself, and also all throughout his career, was to portray himself as was sad brown boy. He kept where is he from, Suchitra? Which I forget.
He's from UP, I think.
He's from Aligarh.
But
he's from Aligarh.
Something with an A. But so he kept portraying himself as this typical fob, as it were, right? The term, fresh off the boat. My people didn't even know how to operate, as if like, I had never seen running water, etc. And he comes from a pretty wealthy family and you cannot. His father entered this country, I think, as as a physician through the usual visa system that brings you in if you have a certain professional roots, if you're a chemist or so on and so forth. So he plugged into that whole discourse, though, about being the sad brown boy. And then he kept lying about how he had lied. So he lied about his whole story about, my girlfriend in high school who showed me up when I showed up for the high school prom to take her out. He lied about that, but then he kept lying. And through his lies, what I discovered is that he was really reenacting all these trauma narratives about having been traumatized as X and Y and his economic status and so on. And then he did another video where he ostensibly broke down the New Yorker criticism. And that also was a set of lies. So he's interesting to me, and he's just come out with another Netflix special. I'm not sure that quite explains everything that's a problem with Hassan Minhaj, except the one thing I will say is that he's a terrible comic. And he's not funny, and he really relies again on these stories, right, about being brown and an immigrant and being traumatized by his contact with white culture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So my critique is really about the use of, which is something I've been writing about for about almost 15 years now, which is the use of trauma narratives by different communities, women, particular kinds of women, immigrants, comedians now. I'm going to watch his next special and perhaps write about that as well. But does that help in terms of, he's a fraud and he's not funny.
Yeah.
He just uses his personal narrative, to propel himself as some kind of wise comic who has a deeper narrative behind him.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that really helps. And, I know you have a place to write, but if you are ever looking for another place to write.
No, I'm sorry.
We pay our writers.
Because you know my work, you know what I'm asking. No,
and we say them on time, so
I know, right? This is the other thing. I don't even pitch to a lot of places anymore because I've had such nightmarish experiences, and I am not someone who has the privilege to wait for 6 months for a check to come through. That's a whole other conversation. But yeah, let's be in touch. I would love that. Actually, if you want me to write about Hassan Minhaj in some more interesting way, something that hasn't been written so far, even by me. Look at us pitching to each other.
I know. Well, this is radical and open publishing. It all happens in public, and there we go.
Yeah, but I think one of the things, again, in terms of especially the work that you guys do, is the need, I think, for us on the left who are also diasporic, people of color, blah, 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 all the rest of it, right, is to really constantly interrogate the conditions under which we make ourselves apparent. And that's why I think thinking about Usha Vance in a really interesting way, and not just as, she must be trapped. I don't think she's at all trapped. But actually, I think because I think a lot of Americans of any color really don't understand the kinds of privilege that different kinds of immigrants can bring in.
Sure.
Right? Like some of us have an enormous amount of privilege, even if we don't see privilege in terms of class in the US.
Absolutely.
But then we bring class privilege through our histories, which aren't always apparent, which is, I think, what people like Hassan Minhaj are able to sort of weaponize, right? That kind of unknownness, as it were, about class origins and how class works in India.
Yeah.
And also the differences of class in India and in the US and UK.
Yeah.
How class and race work in the UK and how different that is in the US in terms of where your ancestors may have come from and how they landed in the UK and how they landed here, right? Through what kinds of visas, through what kinds of migration patterns and so on. All of that, I think, is something that a lot of people on the left can't really grasp.
No, absolutely not.
And when you bring it up, you are then seen as a racist or a classist. I'm like, no, you don't get it. This is actually how things work.
No, that's absolutely right. And it's really fascinating because I think, especially for Indians in the US, the diaspora, they also come with caste privilege, right? I think, obviously, and that is inherently allies them with whiteness and power, and makes it impossible for us to organize them because their interests are so differently aligned, even if they may not have class privilege.
Right.
Yes,
right.
Exactly.
I think it's difficult for people to understand in the US that class privilege is not this, and caste and class are not the same as economic privilege.
Absolutely.
In India. And I think it's hard for people to understand that. And I think Kamala Harris is an excellent example of that.
Exactly.
Right? In terms of her own, in terms of her mother, for instance.
Absolutely.
And in terms of what her mother taught her and what privileges she had. And I know you just talked about Mindy Kaling, and there's another example,
Yes,
with the brother who was this horrible and who
yes,
still, I presume, is still
yes.
this horrible racist.
Yes. Bhakti Shingarpuri has written this incredible piece
Yeah, I
for
read. Yeah.
the Coconut Empire. Yeah. So, it is this
Yeah.
this phenomenon of allegiance with whiteness that is so enabled through this class and caste privilege. But we're open for Usha Vance, Hassan Minhaj, whoever, whatever you want to say. It has been
Mindy Kaling's brother.
Sorry?
Mindy Kaling's brother.
Mindy Kaling's brother. Yeah.
Where he just disappeared?
Yeah.
Or was he disappeared? Or was he silenced? Isn't
Was
it
he
Oprah's
silenced?
was he silenced?
Oh, he's silenced.
Well, he was bringing Mindy's brand down, so I think
I think she's probably been shuttled off to some island somewhere. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But he'll be fine. They'll all be fine.
Oh, they'll be
Yeah, I think, to be honest and to be clear and to be fair to everyone, I think, as I know you guys have discussed this, right? There is a need to have counter narratives of the usual stereotypes, blah, blah, blah. All of that is necessary. But under, again, what conditions? What do we end up erasing once again?
Yes.
With those kinds of, with those kinds of discourses.
Absolutely.
Someone said he disappeared because he pretended to be indigenous. Oh, no, he pretended to be black. Actually.
Oh, he pretended to be black to get into college.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. I mean, I think we did talk about this when we were talking about Bhakti's piece. It didn't feel relevant to the piece, but yes, it is. I don't know whatever happened to him. Anyway, Yasmin, thank you so much for your time. This was such a pleasure. Thank you for commiserating with us tonight and for all of your incisiveness and commentary.
Thank you for doing this. It's a lot of work. So, and you guys have to be up and somehow plow through all of this. What is it? 7:33, so 8:33 your time.
Yep. We have 2 more hours to go, but we have some very, I can do my newscaster spiel. We have some very exciting guests coming up.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to finally connect with you guys. So thank you so much.
Likewise. And please stay in touch. Yes, it was so good to connect. Thank you for your time, Yasmin.
I will see all of you on the other side of hell.
I will.
Bye. Bye.
Suchitra, you're muted.
No, I think that was amazing, but I think we also have some results. I think Florida has been called for Trump.
Yes.
We have Tennessee for Trump. We have DC for Harris, Maryland for Harris, and that's where we are. I think we're also seeing that Nevada, they're reporting higher rates of rejected mail by ballots, and that's where we are in terms of most recent updates.
Oh, there's a couple more. Maryland Harris, did you say Missouri Trump? Alabama Trump?
Missouri's Trump, okay.
Missouri Trump, Alabama Trump, Oklahoma Trump, Illinois too early to call, New Jersey too early to call, Connecticut too early to call, Rhode Island too early to call, Mississippi, Maine, New Hampshire, Delaware too early to call.
Okay, wow.
Okay, Florida.
Okay.
And other good news is Bernie won his Senate seat.
Okay. Is it a good news? I don't know.
I mean, whatever. Like what? Okay. Good point. Okay. News. Other news is that Bernie has won his Senate seat. But okay. Warning bell from Anil. In Loudoun country, Virginia, which is a highly educated, privileged liberal county in Virginia, Harris has lost by 8 points compared to Biden in 2020. So that does not bode well for Virginia. Are there more updates and statistics? NBC says that Latino men are breaking for Trump by a 10-point margin, 54 to 44, in a major reversal from 4 years ago. So this is to Yasmin's point, right? In 2020, Latino men backed Biden over Trump by a 23-point margin. Okay. The Democrats have also lost ground with Latino women. although to a lesser extent. Harris has a 25-point advantage among Latino women, down from Biden's 39-point advantage in 2020. One silver lining for Harris is that she's faring slightly better than Biden did with white women. Okay.
Wow.
Cool.
Eh?
I wonder if she's doing better than Hillary. I think that's the question.
Yeah. I think we're also having some news. This is from Prem Thakur in Zoteo. Musk-backed PAC final attack amid mass communications. Some voters in Pennsylvania reported receiving text messages emphasizing how Harris is staunchly pro-Israel. Attached to the message was a video paid by FC PAC. God, it's interesting how they are targeting different voters. So Jewish voters in Pennsylvania with ads accusing Harris of being pro-Palestinian, and Arab voters in Michigan with ads claiming that, not claiming, lauding for her pro-Israel stance. But it's also this weird moment where you're targeting Jewish voters and claiming that she's pro-Israel, and they're targeting Arab voters.
Well,
and in reality, we really know, Kamala has a broken rank with Biden. She really is staunchly pro-Israel, and I don't think we're going to see any kind of ceasefire or any kind of stopping to the US funding.
No, definitely not. And speaking of these ads, I mean, there was an ad that the Trump campaign ran, and I think it was in Michigan, to Arab, obviously targeting Arab American voters. Maybe we can pull it up at some point. It doesn't have to be now, but it's like an ad. It's a billboard that says, Trump, Kamala wants war, supported by Liz Cheney, daughter of a war criminal, like all this this stuff, and it's so bizarre. And then Trump has a tweet that where he's like, "I will stop the war," and she will not. She's a war criminal. And sometimes I just feel like, we can talk a little bit more about this later, but the sort of maybe Trump will stop the war in Gaza sooner than Kamala will. Maybe there are real economic reasons for him to do so. He seems a bit war weary, so it's impossible to say what he will do in the Middle East, and that's why it's so weird. But I think, to your point, Suchitra, it is very, very, very easy to say what Kamala will do. So I am going to introduce our next guest, who is our very own Meenakshi Tirukod. Actually, Suchitra, why don't you do the honors? She's okay, I'll do it actually. Meenakshi, there she is. Meenakshi is our head of comms and public partnerships here at the Polis Project. Very, very good morning to you, Meenakshi, who's joining us like Suchitra from India.
Yes. Morning, guys. It's been exciting. I've been following it from 4 a.m. Yeah, I've been on it. And there's so much. I mean, I felt like I wanted to respond to so many things, like sitting in India, talking about identity politics and South Asianness and Indianness, and also sort of laying a bit of the context as well to my own experiences, because, I did live in the US for a while, and then I moved back to India. And I think, yeah, I mean, Suchitra, you go, I mean, whatever you feel like we should start with,
No, I really wanted us to really frame this context about how folks in India are viewing what's happening in the American presidential election. And it's important that it's very clear that there's a very particular diasporic view, and there is a particular view in India. And of course, both of these communities are very diverse. But perhaps you can start by what you've been seeing on the ground in India, what kind of threads of commentary that is coming specifically about what's happening in response to the presidential elections.
Yeah, and I want to start with something that I read in the Indian Express, which also sort of goes back to this perception of Harris as South Asian and Black. And then, of course, we'll also talk about, Modi and Trump and that sort of, their relationship over the, last couple of years. And also how that actually has resulted in this sort of like swing of, how South Asians or, Indian Americans, so to speak, were mostly Democratic, and then they kind of like swing towards being more Republican. You've talked about Usha Vance, we have Nikki Haley, we have Vivek Ramaswamy, right? So we have all of these like model minority, white inclined like Indians who probably sort of like internalize their own sort of, racism. So, they probably just want to be so white at this point. And so there's also, of course, Harris sort of like talking about owning guns and shooting anyone who enters her home. So there's this tendency also now very openly within the Democratic Party, and Harris is sort of saying, oh, I'm sort of like, I'm kind of, I don't know if she's Democratic or Republican anymore, right? Like, so, but there was this interesting statistic that the Indian Express ran, which is part of the Indian American Attitude Survey of 2024, which was published by the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. And it said that Harris's Indian heritage has had limited impact on Indian American voters. Many Indian Americans do not identify with the vice president, who has preferred to play up her Black heritage from her father's side more than her Indian one. At least 12% of the respondents in the 2024 IAAS said that their main reason for opposing Harris was that she identifies more with her Black roots, which is sort of like an interesting aspect. But I think I just want to go back a little bit to just, my own context, right? Like, I grew up in India, and my father's generation was that aspirational immigrant, right? And if you watched Ravish, for example, who is part of the Hindi mainstream media, Ravish spoke and centered the idea of the immigrant, right? And the way that the immigrant has been framed in American politics, but also, as you know, India had elections earlier this year. And if you listen to Modi's speeches, he uses this word "ghuspetia," which is quote unquote infiltrator, which of course means Muslim, right? So he just kept saying, so there's, we've had anti-CA protests in 2019, 2020, because we have the Citizenship Amendment Act that has been, implemented in certain parts of India, right? There's Assam, we look in Maharashtra. So there's this sort of like relationship that Ravish actually brought up in terms of this idea of the immigrant, and how Modi and Trump have very similar perspectives as well, and how that's sort of playing out. And of course, Elon Musk also has come up because I think, I'm not sure of the exact year, but I think there was discussion around the fact that he is quote unquote an illegal immigrant himself. So does that mean we're going to send him back? And so, there was that sort of discourse that Ravish had built around the immigrant identity. And, if you look at the Times of India, and Suchitra, feel free to sort of, stop me at any point. But I just want to go through a couple of points that the Times of India brought up regarding Modi and Trump's relationship, right? Because Trump, for example, condemned the recent violence against Hindus and other minorities in Bangladesh, right? And Hindu American groups have applauded Trump for promising to protect the human rights of Hindus across the world, and particularly from the anti-religion agenda of the radical left, which is perhaps people who look like me. And Modi-Trump friendship, of course, echoes in the kind of reception they received. So 2019, there was a Howdy Modi event in Texas. And I think Trump hosted Modi in front of what Times of India said was like a crowd of 50,000. And I think both of these men love big crowds. They always want to sort of boast about these big crowds that come to their, when they visit. And actually, the Howdy Modi event was one of the largest gatherings in the US for a foreign leader. And in 2020, there was Namaste Trump event in Gujarat. And again, Modi bolstered like a crowd of, I don't know, over 100,000 people, at least according to this, this piece. And so also Trump's opposition towards China has been seen as this very attractive, avenue of interest, especially for Indian foreign diplomacy. So Trump's push to reduce dependency on Chinese manufacturing could encourage US companies to then diversify supply chains. So then India becomes a key player in inviting these companies for production and economic growth. So that's sort of been an anger. And again, Trump's immigration policies, right? So he has talked about restrictions on H-1B, which will affect, of course, the Indian opinion in the US. And but I think this is broadly some of what's been brought up.
So I really wanted to pull up this tweet about pundits praying for Trump to coming into power. Maybe we can have that tweet kind of shown. If you can pull that up. Let's also talk about this fascination that Hindutva has. This is the clip that we were talking about. This is one where pundits are praying for Trump.
Donald Trump, make world great again. Great again. Vote for Donald Trump. Make world great again. Vote for Donald Trump. Make world great again. Make world great again.
So when you see things like this, I mean, again, there's also news that Kamala Harris's ancestral village in India is praying for her victory. Why is the diaspora or being seen as relevant in diaspora important for Indian politicians, especially someone like Modi?
Yeah. No, I mean, let me tell you, so I've been living in India for the last decade, actually, right? So I grew up here and then I moved to the United States. Interestingly, I think, we got the green card. Like I was saying, my father was sort of that generation of the aspirational immigrant, right? So despite having, and again, in India, I come from an upper caste family, liberal, access to education, right? And then I go to the United States and my first sort of experience there is with race. We weren't talking about caste yet or class, but we talked about race. And then I was the immigrant, right? The immigrant brown woman. And then I found my fellow immigrant brown women, which was supposed to be my community. And I went to elementary school in 1992, and that was when we had the Babri Masjid demolition, right? Which was basically orchestrated in one of the by the RSS and the BJP, and then now sort of like fast forward to 2024, and we had the opening of the Ram Mandir on Jan 22nd, and Suchitra, like there were saffron flags everywhere. Right. I mean, I live in a neighborhood in South Delhi, which is predominantly individuals who are upper class, wealthy, Hindu, and upper caste. Someone like me could get an apartment to live here, but if I just look across, from my window, there are certain neighbors who have the saffron flag put up on their balcony, and there are. And during 22nd, whether you wanted to or not, you had to put that up there so that, you could protect yourself from potential mob attacks, right? And this is particularly, I mean, we're talking still about an urban, wealthy part of Delhi, right? And so there's definitely a shift in the last 10 years where, like the clip that you saw, I think growing up in India in the class and caste structures that, I belong to, there was always this sort of, there was a sort of mistrust of the Muslim, the othering of the Muslim, but now it's like, I can just wear it on my sleeve proudly. And I can't tell you, it's not just an older generation. For example, and I want to go into the micropolitics of things because I think it's also important to understand that, I was watching Celine Saman, who is the founder of Slow Factory, and, she was talking about the fact that post, the American elections, we're all going to end up, you've been asking guests as well, we're going to end up with like a bucket of tears wondering, okay, now what do we do? And she's like, I'll meet you then. And we need to understand what we need to do. What are the strategies you use, right, going forward, because it's a shit show either ways. And in some ways, we're sort of thinking about that here, maybe to a slight extent. And that's why these relationships. So when I talk to, for example, a landlady from South Delhi, she's not going to give an apartment, as a tenant to a Muslim, and that is a reality. Interfaith couples in India, if it's a Hindu and a Muslim, in urban cities, these are supposedly educated, English-speaking individuals, who travel to the US, who are watching Kamala and Trump and completely modified. They may have been Congress or some other party before, but now they're like, no, it's Modi because he is saving Hindus. There's Hindu pride now. Similarly, even with a younger generation, there's one thing you have to understand in India. The India that was the republic, this sort of like 1947 partition, independent struggle, is not the republic that a young generation now in their 20s is sort of familiar with. I mean, that's like my generation. I was born in the 80s. I have a very different relationship to the independence struggle. In fact, I even know that, we used to watch Yasser Arafat on TV, and a friend's mom said we used to get keffiyehs, like everyone wore keffiyehs here. You could get it in different colors. And then she said, Meenakshi, I don't see that much here. Isn't that crazy? And she's 2 generations older than me. But now it's this aspirational urban, investing in the stock market. The opposition parties have also sort of encouraged that, oh yeah, of course, there's nothing wrong with making money. But then they're also campaigning for social justice. And then there's Hindutva. So you understand the complexity. So these young people are sort of like just entering India as constructed by Modi, and the RSS. They're sort of saying, why? Of course, I'm with the Polis Project now, thank goodness. But before this, there was, I did work for another communication strategy agency that was working with, architects, right? The most apolitical lot of individuals I've met. And as you know, there's a lot of restructuring of cities. Like we've had the Central Vista, the demolitions, we can get to that at some point. And these were young architecture students getting into comms who said, why do we all band together when something happens to Muslims? What about Hindus? And they felt pride around Ayodhya, So there's also that shift happening in a younger generation where they don't have any reference point to history. And so it's the now, and now Hindus are the minority. Hindus are being attacked. Why don't you speak for them? Yeah.
Meenakshi, I think now that we've spoken about what's happening in India and how complex it is, I was wondering if you could also kind of take a moment to talk about the kind of reporting that we're doing in India, the kind of work that Polis Project is doing that is transnational, that's interconnected. And perhaps once you do that, we could also queue up to telling our audience a little bit more about what who Polis Project is and the various people who are part of this organization. Perhaps now is the time to maybe kind of also pivot and kind of talk about all of the other amazing work the other team at Polis, the others at Polis are doing.
Oh, absolutely. I think, like I said, there is, Polis Project is many things. One, a clearinghouse for difficult ideas. I think what we really need is to talk about ideas and to sort of, work through complexity. It's not a bad thing. And also center the voices of lived experiences of individuals, right? So everybody who has been writing for the Polis Project, who has been on podcasts, who's doing our research projects, including demolitions, as well as disappearances, these 2 sort of larger, broad research projects that we've been undertaking, as well as Watch the State, which is our handle on X and on Instagram, which is really looking at, really quick sort of like updates of what's happening in terms of hate and violence as a political sort of agenda and ideology. For example, we're covering Uttarakhand, right, which is seen as a laboratory as well. And of course, one can always expand on that later. But what we're essentially doing is focusing on communities of resistance, right? And that is also going to be a very important strategy going into the future. And the way we understand that is to say that whichever geography, whichever social, cultural, political context that we're in, the way that you understand and empathize and move forward and build allyships. We've had guests talk about the left. We've talked about, the issues there, the sort of cracks, etc. What we want to do at the Polis Project is then to say, like, hey, remember that things just didn't start now. It's not just about this election. It's not just about, this year we've, over 60 countries is an election year for over 60 countries. We're talking about quote unquote democracy. Does that even exist? So what we do is, really connect global conversations on dissent, global conversations on resistance, global conversations on histories that are actively being revised or erased, particularly genocide, right? So when we talk about Palestine, you talk about Ilam Tamil, you talk about Rwanda, right? You talk about, so basically, Kashmir, when you talk about laboratories of hate and violence, you talk about Kashmir, you talk about Uttarakhand, and you talk about other parts of the world that maybe you and I are not aware yet. But when we make these connections, it's sort of saying, what is that larger system or structure that's operating on a global scale? It's white supremacy, it's colonialism, it's imperialism, it's caste, it's race. It's not just identity politics, like I said, brown immigrant in the United States, but I'm an upper class woman in India, which means that two very different contexts. So we were talking about Hassan Minhaj, for example, right? Now I could have lived in the United States and gone that way. I remember, for example, when the Ambanis opened up the Geo Center, we had a lot of South Asian diaspora who was here. And they may be talking about Palestine now, I don't know, but they were definitely talking about Kamala Harris as, oh, auntie, like we must, let's like claim auntie-ness and all of that. And then they were here, at the Ambani's like opening, and they're like, oh my God, there's Rekha, this fetishization of like my Indianness, and I must meet all these celebrities because Rekha. Meanwhile, Indian Muslims' homes were being demolished, right? Now, in the cultural center, there's like the history of the Mughals, because we like that culture, right? It's like we love Black culture, but then we don't really want to like deal with the Black person, We like Palestinian culture. We'll just eat all the yummy food, but we don't really want to talk about like Palestinians, So it's also that thing, like no one speaks about the Indian Muslim. So what we're trying to say is that these things don't operate in silos. You have to bring these to the foreground. That's what we do at the Polis Project, and say, hey, here's demolitions, here's disappearance, here's Palestine, here's Ilam Tamil, here's Pakistan, here's Bangladesh, now what do you see? Think, Yeah.
Meenakshi, I think that's an amazing segue for us to actually play our Polis Project's brand video. And once the Polis Project's video is done, I think we'll come back to two critical issues. One, of course, an update on what's happening in Puerto Rico, followed by the connection, Indian support for the Israeli genocide, and drawing the parallels between Hindutva, Zionism, and white supremacy, and how all of this is connected. So let's pull up our brand video. Oh, sorry. Madhuri, you're
muted.
Just before the brand video, I wanted to say that if you're joining us on YouTube or Twitter, please send us your questions. The request to cover Puerto Rico came in as a YouTube comment. And so, please send us your questions, your comments. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitter at Polis_project. Please find us and send us your questions. Okay, cue the video.
Polis Project.
In the seeming banality of the everyday citizen, where the most extraordinary potential for transformation of a culture lives and breathes, I dare to tell these stories.
Under the Disappearance Project, we will be looking at various forms of disappearances that have been happening in India.
I must lay myself bare, for if I don't tell my story in all its messiness, in all its faults and hopes, I cannot, in good conscience, expect you to trust me enough to tell me your story in all its rawness, the emotions, the pain, the loss, especially the loss of our own narratives. Today, more than ever, we will need to do the patient work of leaving behind documents of a time for generations to come. Fragments of evidence that we all, in our anonymity, did extraordinary things that stemmed from the foundational belief that we are not free until all of us are free.
Northeast Delhi burned for 3 days. The fact that it was state-sponsored, the fact that the police played a partisan role is never mentioned in any of the media that is actually being controlled by the voice of the state.
Through a politics of trust, a politics of patience, a politics of unexpected allyships, and so a politics of accountability. For promises we made to each other, we will build again.
So, Meenakshi, do you want to tell us a little bit before we jump into what's happening? Or should we just call all of the... Madhuri, should we call all of the things before it gets crazy?
Call the states?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Okay.
Michigan is too early to call. Wisconsin too early to call. Arizona too early to call. Texas goes to Trump. South Dakota goes to Trump. Wyoming goes to Trump. New York too early to call. North Dakota goes to Trump. Iowa too early to call. Minnesota too early to call. Nebraska too early to call.
Colorado, Louisiana, Kansas, Mexico, too early to call. Okay. Well, this is the red mirage, right? Like, this is when the Republican states, it looks like it's all going for Trump, and then the Republican states go for Trump, and it doesn't, there are no surprises yet. And the fact that I think, correct me if I'm wrong, someone, but the fact that Harris is actually doing quite okay in Pennsylvania is good for the Democrats. And I'm just looking for if I've missed any states. Well, I guess an update is that AIPAC is bragging about supporting 362 members of Congress. AIPAC proudly supported 362 pro-Israel members of Congress and candidates this election cycle. We are proud to stand with pro-Israel Democrats and Republicans to strengthen bipartisan support for the U.S. relationship, for the U.S.-Israel relationship. Okay.
Again, a reminder that this is a conversation we brought up earlier today, which was about AIPAC is never framed in relationship to foreign interference, while often Russia, China interference is called what it is. We also quickly want, before we, Madhuri, do you want to do Puerto Rico, or should we just quickly do the Hindutva connection with Zionism and then jump into Puerto Rico?
No, I think let's continue about Hindutva connection, and then we'll segue to Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Meenakshi, one of the things that we really wanted to discuss is really the connection between Hindutva and Zionism. I think we also have a tweet that is queued up where, in an instance of violence that's happening in India, you also had the Israeli flag being pulled up. I think we have that queued up, right? Maybe we can talk about that. So yeah, again, why is India's Hindu right pro-Israel? Can you give us some kind of on-the-ground observations?
Yeah. I mean, because it all sort of, I mean, both things are related to this idea of supremacy, right? And to say that, with Hindutva, it's, Aryan supremacy, and then it's, a sort of perceived victimhood, like, oh, we are the victims, and so I'm going to play that up, and then you just find that relationship, and then build that, and kind of like, it just helps in the larger political sort of, ideology. And you also have to realize that, I mean, again, this is like a deep hatred of Muslims, which, like I said, in India, there's this idea of, Hindutva and Hinduism is separate. No, but then there's the caste system. I mean, it's always been an oppressive social order, and that kind of, it's just like how resistance movements find allyships, and now, with Israel or with Hindutva and Zionism, these are all just the same ideologies, right? With like different names and different contexts, but it's really the same thing. And I mean, just now, I think one of the things we had to talk about is also the what's been happening with India and Canada, and the Khalistani movement now. That sort of relationship has completely broken down. Like diplomats have been, called back from Canada, and you have an attack that happened in a temple, and then now there are these Hindutva mobs that are sort of like calling out, to sort of just saying like, let's go into like, Sikh temples and just basically trying to provoke violence, right? So there's, I think on the larger political sort of, framework, like say someone like Hostile Homeland sort of brings up, where Azad talks about, Israel exporting, tools, and these sort of, profit-making kind of systems as well, that then are, an ideology then supports that, right? Like it's just about like the money. So I think there are all of these things that sort of like tie in. It's victimhood, anti-Muslim sentiments. Like I said, I like when you talk to the aunties in India that live in the neighborhoods that I do, they would sort of talk about how the Muslims are taking over. Oh, we shouldn't. I mean, it's really sad with all of this loss of life in Palestine or Gaza. But then, the Palestinians, look at the student uprisings, look at these Muslim student uprisings in the United States. They look at it as a conspiracy. And it is because of this idea that in India, the Mughals came, they destroyed our temples, they destroyed our land, they took these women away, and now we need to sort of like, it's actually our land, which is very similar to the sort of like Zionist idea of like, this is our land and our home, and how dare you are the terrorists and you're there. So if you look at it, it's just verbatim, it's just that you might have like brown skin or like some other skin color, and you may call yourself brown or black or white, but it's essentially supremacy, white supremacy, imperialism, colonialism, casteism, all of that.
Okay. Meenakshi, I have a question. Okay. I mean, my thing is not that there is no way the US is the center of the world, and the US elections are not, foremost on everyone's minds in India. But what do you think the effect of a Trump or a Harris victory will be on the sort of dehumanizing of Muslims that we're seeing in India? Like sometimes I feel, when the US does it, everyone's like, oh, okay, now we can do it, because even the US has stopped posturing. So what do you feel the effect will be for, these communities in India?
I mean, it's already, it's really worse. And I mean, I don't think the elections necessarily have to have like a direct effect, like, whether Trump wins or Kamala wins, because they're basically both sides of the same coin, right? Like, I mean, Kamala Harris also represents, like when we were talking about the dosa making earlier on, so it's like this idea that, oh, look, Indian food, that's vegetarian, that's Brahminical, that's, it's this, when we're talking about Indian, it's still, the upper class Indian, that she's representing. It's like, it's a completely one-sided kind of identity, right, of this South Asianness or Indianness, and so it's deeply rooted in a certain class and caste politics. And then of course it's Brahminical, which is what it's Brahminical supremacy. That's what Hindutva is. So and then if Trump wins, of course, it's, Trump is just this, he's a crazy guy. But then, look at how friendly he is with Modi. And so, I mean, I think in 2016, this was BBC India, that just covered why the Indian American vote matters. And I think in 2016, there was the Republican Hindu Coalition, whose tagline is, interestingly, humanity united against terror, and they did a huge fundraising event, and this is on YouTube, on BBC India, But apparently, the Trump campaign didn't really pick up their calls this time, so they didn't really organize anything. So, I mean, there are all of these different things going on. And again, like I was talking to Sujitra before, a Nikki Haley or, an Usha Vance is actually the upper class Brahminical Indian, who would, I mean, it is South Delhi, where I live. It's exactly who they are, and so I think it's already pretty bad in terms of what it means to be a Muslim and an Indian Muslim living in India. It is only going to get worse, and I do think that just as the American left may have a lot of work to do, the left here and the progressives here also have a lot to sort of face. They have to face a couple of their own demons and their own complicities, and why they aren't really standing up for the Indian Muslim. I don't, it seems like people can't say the word Muslim often enough and in support. So, I'd like to see that change, because we need to look at ourselves actually, if you call yourself like left or progressive.
Yeah.
And I think that also gives us a moment to kind of go to an audience request, which is to cover Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I think it also important for us to preface it by what happened in the Trump rally in New York, when this comedian who was the stand-up comic who was lined up to speak called Puerto Rico a garbage dump in the middle of the ocean, with the anti-racist, the absolute racist remarks. Madhuri, do you want to come in and give us an update on what's happening with Puerto Rico, and why is the Puerto Rico question, at least with where we are, important?
Well, the Puerto Rico question is important because they're being asked Puerto Ricans are being asked, that is, for their opinion on the island's political status now for the 7th time. There are 3 referendum offers, and one is statehood, the other is independence, and the other is independence with free association, which would allow Puerto Rico to negotiate its own matters, its foreign affairs, U.S. citizenship, use the U.S. dollar with U.S. government, etc. But any change in Puerto Rico's status has to be run by and approved by the U.S. Congress. So as of now, it is largely symbolic. However, they are facing a gubernatorial election and I'm just going to pull up my notes. And the elections are historic, regardless of which of the 2 gubernatorial candidates will win. So Jennifer Gonzalez is running, and she is in the pro-statehood New Progressive Party. And if the Progressive Party wins the election today, it will mark the first time in Puerto Rico's history that the Progressive Party has secured 3 consecutive terms, and she is pro-independence. And there have been reports of voter suppression, but but there's been a large showing of voters for this election, and a huge support for progressives and independents in Puerto Rico. So that is also happening.
Again, also I think it's important for us to remember that Trump oversaw a disastrous hurricane in Puerto Rico. I think it was there that he was throwing these things, right? Like when he was the president, there was like these devastating, just absolutely devastating.
Toilet paper rolls.
Yeah, that he threw. I mean, I think it's also interesting how identity politics now gets increasingly weaponized, where you have one group of the same party, whether Republican or Democrat, go in and talk about how something is racist, and then you have somebody else from the same ethnic makeup then come in and say, no, I really support Trump because Trump is important. Again, American politics is now incredibly centered on identity politics and how identity politics plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. And to the exclusion of everything else. I think this is Meenakshi, thank you so much for, first of all, for your input on Hindutva and, talking about the diaspora and also Hindutva's very unholy alliance with Zionism. I think at this stage we have a few guests coming up and a video to announce them. So if we can cue that video, that would be amazing.
All right.
So to cover the coverage, let's welcome back Bhakti Shringarpure. This is...
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
You're
nice job, everyone. Learning a lot as I go along.
Thank you for staying up and for showing up again.
Looking worse for the wear now that I'm
No,
looking.
no, you're not. You're incredibly chipper for, what is it for you now?
Just 3:15 a.m. But hey, it's all right.
Oh
I'm
my
up.
goodness.
Excited.
Well, I think as we have promised to do, we are covering the coverage. And
Yes.
I sort of wanted to use this time, we know we have Jill Stein coming up. So before we get into the discussions with her, I wanted to talk a little bit about what irks us so much about the coverage, right? I mean, Yasmin made a point, which I think is deeply or has aspirational about maybe this is the death of MSNBC and maybe there will be no more Rachel Maddow for 4 years if Harris wins. But what is it about liberal coverage about the election that is just so irksome, aside from the lights and the insanely nonsensical statistics that make no sense, and the countdown clocks to when the polls close? What's happening?
Yeah. I mean, it's just kind of a hurrah coverage, right? I mean, I tried to watch a bit a few hours ago before this live stream started, and there was so much talk about lines. So many lines, and a heroic reporter, like he's walking through the lines, like doing this community coverage, and completely vacuous, zero analysis. And also, each channel has their candidates. Well, there's only two. So the channels are divided. And of course, I'm trying to watch MSNBC and a bit of CNN. And the whole, they are so, yes, they want their candidate to win, but to the point of oblivion. I mean, they're just fabricating whatever. They're turning every loss into a win. One of the crazy things I heard on MSNBC today, a few hours ago, was how Kamala is amazing because she's the only candidate who can put Taylor Swift and Liz Cheney on the same stage. And isn't that just extraordinary? And so there's this kind of things. And as we were saying, as we put out the news of our live stream coverage, there is zero analysis. It's a complete regression into a kind of patriotism that makes no sense. Especially, we're talking about crisis after crisis after crisis, and yet nobody will touch upon it. And they have the craziest speakers on. They have speakers that are, I mean, I'm sure to some, we seem to have crazy speakers on, but I don't think so. But just the choice of experts. I mean, there are always sort of biographers who are kind of parroting patriotic commentary about former presidents, and the same tried and tested kind of stuff. There's nothing ever that you learn from it. It's the same. It's been the same all the time. And that's what's weird, because actually the way elections are happening have changed with Trump. However corrupt and disgusting he is, They have changed. What happened 4 years ago was an absolute mess, but there's no incorporation of those ideas.
No. I mean, there is only a gesturing towards it. Oh my God, this is the worst. The narratives have been the worst. The rhetoric has been so vitriolic. It has been so vile, blah, blah, blah. And there is no real attempt, as you said, to have any kind of critical analysis. It's just talking about how divisive the rhetoric is.
Yeah. Also, one of the reasons why we wanted to do this coverage was really to cover the coverage, which means that we realized early on, again, learning from what happened in 2016, that as soon as the results start coming in, you're going to have stereotypes, narratives, and the good guys and the bad guys of this so-called war to save or protect our democracy, which also means that who is going to be the fall guy and who is not going to be critically challenged. On that news, I don't think right now there's any coverage of what's happening in Israel in mainstream media.
No.
Israeli, this is news coming in. Israeli police have used skunk water and other extreme measures to disperse protests in Tel Aviv after Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, dismissed Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. And the new Defense Minister, Israel Katz, promises to return captives and the destruction of Hamas and Hezbollah. What you're really seeing is very little coverage. And then another thing that we want to really say is that you have Israel's main newspapers reporting on what's happening, but then American and British newspapers not reporting, whether it is the rape of Palestinian prisoners, but really the genocide and ethnic cleansing, calls for ethnic cleansing that Israeli politicians are asking for.
Sure.
Other news that we have is that at least 9 locations in Philadelphia have been confirmed to have received bomb threats, but none appear credible. Again, you see these narratives kind of beginning to play out, where you have interference, you have bomb threat, you already have the narrative of blaming Arabs and Muslims, and of course, the narrative that Kamala Harris is the great uniter. She's the one who could actually bring, I don't know, like.
And what are we going to do when we all come together and happily, what is this supposed dialogue meant to bring about, right? And this is just an extraordinary dimension of American politics and American empire and American both-sidism that I actually cannot. I actually have never managed to grasp. I don't understand it. And as much as in real life or in individual life and family, of course, one does want to have some dialogue. Does it apply across the board for politics for such a divisive moment, And to just go back very quickly to what you said, Suchitra, I mean, watching that, I have unsubscribed from genocide media, as we all call it now. And so I resubscribed to everything today. And it's been eye-opening. And they do not mention Gaza. They do not mention Israel. They said this is the election where women's futures hang in balance, their bodies. And that's it. That's all that hangs in balance. Some have said migration, some have said environment, but they have just said it as if the message is, Harris is great on that. Harris walls are amazing on environment and migration. The other guy is so bad, and it's all boogeyman discourse,
Yeah. And sorry, Suchitra, to that, to your point about just there being no, oh my goodness. There's a tweet. Oh yes, there's a tweet that says every single man who votes for Kamala Harris is saving women's lives. Be a hero. Vote blue. This is just so disgusting. Anyway, I was just thinking that it's this bubble of American coverage of the election, where nothing is happening. Like the pre-election coverage is going on in such a lull. And in the meanwhile, America is, enabling a genocide. And they still don't report on it. It's like, no. Here, it's not just something that's happening in the world that you don't care about. Here's something that you are directly doing that you could potentially report on. And they still don't report on their own wars, which is so crazy. And they're just wasting time in the polls, poll lines, talking about how long it is.
Yeah.
And I really, that was kind of what I was going to say. Suchitra, sorry.
We have more updates coming in. Kamala Harris wins Rhode Island. Trump wins Louisiana. We are now right now looking at Atlanta is going heavily towards Harris. And then we will be,
wow.
Yeah.
Am I surprised at that? Can I say I'm slightly surprised?
At Atlanta, I don't think Atlanta. We have to see Georgia, but Atlanta, I feel like is, it's very urban. I would imagine it's it usually.
Oh, sorry, it's going heavily towards Harris.
Yes.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I read the opposite. No,
Okay.
no, I'm not surprised. That's good.
The update is that Trump is now is a narrow but clear favorite to win Georgia and North Carolina. If he does, Harris would probably need to sweep the 3 northern swing states, which is a real possibility, but a tall order. So far, no surprises.
Harris wins Illinois, according to CNN projections. I mean, that's a big one. Yeah.
65% likelihood that Trump will win North Carolina. Again, not really, no surprises there.
Yeah.
And we have
Why is New York taking so long?
I don't know. I'm actually surprised.
I am surprised too.
Does New York historically have its result by now?
Yeah. It's blue. It's got blue. It's just one of the first states to be declared. It's always the first states to be declared. Okay, North Carolina is tight, but let's see. And we have about 19 electoral votes state in Illinois. So that's where we are.
Yeah. Wow. Incredible. And the other thing about covering the coverage, of course, is watching those graphics pop up of Trump in particular position, or Harris in a particular action pose, or whatever, him looking, angry, and her looking in take charge, and so on and so forth. So all that is happening on TV as they're part of their coverage. And one would imagine that there are no other candidates.
Yes.
As always, this is the country that cried democracy, like the boy who cried wolf. I mean, this is what kind of clown business is this? You don't even pretend there are other parties on the vote. And in fact, the ones that have, the ones that apparently Jill Stein is slated to have a historic vote in numbers this year. And Suchitra and you, Madhuri, are, of course, you're going to ask her what. It's very exciting that she's showing up, and you can ask her what she plans to do with those and things like that. But the violence being done all the time to the third-party candidates, to independent candidates, it's really disturbing. And this is not the day for democracy to be winning. This is a fail on every level.
Yeah,
painful.
I mean, the third parties do exist only to be vilified, only to be scapegoated, only to say like, oh, you're stealing votes from Harris, or you're stealing votes from usually, Trump, or whatever it is. But that seems to be their only reason for existence. And actually, yes, we will talk about this with Ruby, but it is almost like that is the function of the third party for the duopoly to maintain its power. Because if there is any sort of other acknowledgement of it, well, then, maybe America is not a two-party system anymore. Maybe there is another way forward. And this is really frustrating, what they say about Jill Stein and, whatever it is, because the truth is that the Green Party exists down the ballot in several places already, So people have been voting Green down ballot in many states for a long time. So it's not like these parties don't exist. And
and in a year where we have everybody has screamed anti-Semitism. I love how as soon as there's a Jewish candidate, it's conveniently forgotten that they're Jewish. I mean, Bernie Sanders, conveniently forgotten that he was Jewish. Then there was all this stuff about him being a self-hating Jew. And of course, with Jill Stein, I know she hasn't gone and made a whole thing about her identity or anything like that. So I guess I am pushing that envelope there without her consent in some way. But it is intense, isn't it? How one can just erase that so quickly.
NBC is now calling New York for Harris, and on the conversation of New York and New York Times, I kind of want to go back to this story that New York Times did about Jill Stein.
Oh yeah,
And
let's talk.
deeply very nasty piece of reporting. Where it's like, oh, she's not going anywhere. Again, why should she go anywhere? I think one of the key takeaways from the New York Times reporting is not really giving Stein the credit that she did. Jill Stein won't stop no matter who asks.
Oh my
right?
God. A hit piece.
And again, it's interesting that Stein won about 1.5 million votes from progressives nationwide. And one of the things that we are never told, and I didn't know this till about a few months ago, that if you win 5%, I think at this point in time, she's polled about 1% of the vote. If any candidate wins 5% of the vote, you automatically become part of the ballot, and then you start getting funding, both federal and state funding, if I'm not mistaken, to then start investing in building what this political party is. And I think it's really important for us to also break down the ways in which third-party candidates have been historically vilified, whether it is Ralph Nader, whether it's Bernie Sanders. I think that is something that we definitely have to talk about.
And then Bernie went as a he even left his independent party thing and went mainstream. And how did they treat him? And then I'm thinking also about Ralph Nader.
Yes.
Or Ralph Nadir. Okay, because that was an Arab candidate actually at that time, which I swear to God, in my 20s, early 20s, I didn't even think. It was just like Ralph Nader. That's how we referred to him. But that was a whole other kind of schooling, because Bush won, and that was a whole schooling how you've done wrong by voting for him. And that was, that was a big lesson learned at that time. That has changed the way in which voting does happen, and it kind of really destroyed, in some way, slight momentum that had been gained for third party. But yeah.
So I think the other thing that we have to talk about is when we were doing research for the podcast, I found out that Harris actually had one of the second most progressive voting records, which does not tally with how far right the Democrats have gone. And the fact that the Democrats have gone so far right, which also means that it opens up space for third-party candidates. While we are discussing Jill Stein, I think it's also important for us to acknowledge that there are other third-party candidates who are running, who the mainstream media has not actually given any time. We have not seen who they are. Of course, with Jill Stein, at least she got the New York Times coverage, which is more of a hit job. But with the other candidates, we don't know who the other third-party candidates are. There hasn't been an in-depth coverage. There hasn't been profiles. We do not know. And the fact that media is supposed to educate us, and we don't know. We really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, is the media has educated us, has not educated us for a long time. As we know, it's just a propaganda machine. But yeah, I absolutely, all points taken. And I hear that Jill Stein is not on the New York ballot. I did not know that.
No, she's not on the Texas ballot. I think Tanya votes in Texas.
No, she's not in the New York ballot either. You have to write it in.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And I thought she got in the ballot because there was a huge push for her inside.
Yes, she was not on the New York ballot. Also, a quick update is that the New York Times needle is showing 65%
69, it just moved.
69% likelihood of Trump winning the election.
How many percent? Sorry, how many percent?
69%.
69% that he'll win.
likelihood that Trump will win the election. Yes.
We also have an NBC News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin that shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in the state. And I do not know how much Obama contributed for it, constantly wagging his hands against young black men, saying that,
how dare you?
How dare you? So that's where we are.
The other accusation about Stein or generally third parties that I detest is that they're not doing anything. They're not really organizing. They haven't. Where have they been for the last 4 years? And it's sort of like, have you bothered to check? Have you done? And what are our great people in power doing? Showing up on Saturday Night Live and, hanging out with Beyonce and Taylor Swift. I mean, what are they doing? It's I don't know. I don't know what happens if Jill Stein is given a bunch of weapons to bomb. Is she going to throw them? I mean, what is the, what is this? This is such a gaslight question.
Right.
What have they been doing for the past 4 years? I don't know. What have you been asking for the last 4 years?
Yes, and even when they campaign and they announce what their agendas are, what are you asking them about their agendas? You're not even, there is a platform, there is a history, there is, as Suchitra has pointed out, there are voting records. There is a way to ask them what they are. And it just feels like, it's just a series of platitudes. Like all the agenda is a series of platitudes that can change depending on who's asking the question. And we played that Kamala clip earlier where she's like, frack, no frack, frack, no frack. Of course I frack. I don't frack, So it's just, this is the extent of the current. No one is really asking her more about, fracking and shooting or whatever the hell she is doing in her time. And how do you then say that she has a viewpoint or she has an agenda? And how do you predict how she will, what her policies will be, how she will govern? Nobody is asking, for example, what will happen. I don't, is she going to take the Senate? Unlikely. There are no questions about that. There are no questions about what her policies will be. How is she going to pass them through? In all of these questions about accountability, yada, yada, yada. It's like, okay, well, she's not really going to have the kind of support that she needs to get any of her whatever policies through. How is she going to codify weight? How are you going to hold her accountable? She is going to have no support. It's going to kind of be, if she wins, okay, it's going to be like Obama's second term. She's coming in with absolutely no political capital. She intends to form no coalitions on the left. She intends to only form them on the right. But there are no questions. What did she do?
Exactly.
And what are you going to do? There is no one who is asking her this.
And a truly extraordinary thing, the only positive thing I see about this election. Look, the outcome is going to be bad no matter what. We know Jill Stein is not going to be president. It's Harris or Trump. And yes, Kamala Harris is marginally better. All of that is fine. I get it. I understand. But the incredible win of this election at the end of the day is that people have been pushed so much on the genocide unfolding in Palestine that we are actually, for the first time, having these conversations that have gone deeper than before. We are, the fact that she may end up with a massive amount of votes, that's amazing. The fact that we can actually consider and think about, even if you're talking about it in resentment, that somebody has had to take notice that there's a third party, that there is something going on, that there are two unviable candidates that the people are feeling absolutely torn up about. This is all one very interesting type of outcome, I believe, of the kind of tragic year that we've had with the violence and with how this whole thing has gone down.
Absolutely,
it's terrible.
So just a quick update. Jill Stein is going to join us in a few minutes. But before that, I think another thing that challenges the narrative is, I think we have Brianna Greyjoy's tweet where she says Black voters would have disproportionately benefited from the student debt cancellation, and they disproportionately suffered from Biden's choice to end the student debt moratorium last October. Cop killings were also up under Biden, who ran on increasing police funding. Again, these are all policies that affect communities of color. You cannot consistently continue to treat communities of color in this manner and then expect
With
them
disdain, contempt
exactly
and disdain.
to like chastise them and
Mhm.
then continue to expect them to do this. Again, we see that the NBC exit poll is telling us that in Pennsylvania, Trump has improved his performance among Latino voters. Again, nothing to do with Jill Stein. His performance among Latino voters compared to the 4 years ago, according to the NBC exit poll result, about 4 in 10 Latino voters in the state supported Trump, but from about 3 in 10 in 2020. White and black voters' preference looked more similar. So, what is making black and Latino voters go for Trump?
Right.
That's not right. It's because the policies you're putting in place are anti-poor, anti-immigrant, are racist, and do not take into account. And you do not believe that the fact that you do not believe that people are going to vote in their interest and not going to be beholden to the Democratic Party simply because it claims to be politely more racist as against the Republicans who are on your face racist.
White lady politics, white lady.
Nice white lady.
Nice white lady.
I love what she said that. And I will leave because I know Jill Stein is coming, but I just wanted to make one final point about because we talk so much about a type of media literacy angle in a way. One of the other interesting things about the Jill Stein phenomena as it has panned out in the last many months is the unmasking of even our great supposedly pro-Palestinian liberal types. I mean, we're thinking about Mehdi Hassan's outbursts, ridiculous behaviors. It also shows. It's like you can have interesting politics on on many things, and you can appear progressive, and then as soon as it comes down to choosing to thinking about questions of democratic structures or multi-party systems, that's it. It's all gone, totally unmasked. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, and I just sort of want to, one thing that I remembered when Suchitra pointed out the performance of or how Black and Latino voters are going for Trump this time. It is worth remembering that they did not go for Trump last time. They went in support of Biden. And this is what you have given them. So the fact that they have lived through, we communities of color have lived through a Trump presidency and lived through a Biden presidency and are going for Trump should really say something about the two-party system, whatever. But it's absolutely not.
This tweet is also intense, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this time it looks like white women are going pretty intensely for Kamala. Oh, here's Brianna's tweet, Suchitra.
I see.
Yeah. Suchitra, you're muted.
I also want to bring up this comment that Yasmin made when she was here. She said that, we are in the era of the white woman voter. And she said Obama is a white woman voter. The fact that you have really positioned this handmaid's tale narrative where only the reproductive rights of a smaller group of people who actually might not be affected by this as much as communities, working communities. This is something that that we have to take into account.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. It is the era of the white woman voter. And the thing that irks me about that is the extent to which it's really an era of white women's narcissism and victimhood amplified to the absolute max. I'm saying mask. I was just reminded, there was this extremely extraordinary woman in Iran who basically stripped and walked down the street. And it's this video that's been going around. And I think she was actually arrested, disappeared. I do not remember her name. But of course, almost within minutes, the French women have protested. And what are they doing? Taking off their clothes in protest. And it's sort of like, what does that do? In a space in which it's okay for you to do that, what does it mean to make this particular comment? How do you write yourself into this particular narrative in a way that makes absolutely no sense? And so white women seem to have written themselves into this particular narrative,
right,
regarding Kamla and abortion and their victimhood and what is going to happen there. All their rights are going to be taken away, so on and so forth. It's really excruciating.
Yeah, and I mean these. I don't think that if Harris wins, that these white women are going to be out on the streets screaming "Gaza, Gaza" and holding her accountable. But I can say for a fact that if Harris doesn't win, that they will turn around and say they do not give a shit about Gaza, and they never have. You know, so this I know with conviction.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just trying to see if there are any updates. It looks like the needle is still where it was, 68% leaning Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 70%. I'm sorry, it's gone up 70%.
What? It's just going up. Well, how are they? Yeah, I don't necessarily know exactly how it works.
So they're predicting that Trump will win 286 of the Electoral College estimate is 286 seats will go to Trump and then 252 to Harris.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Wow. Should you? I'm looking at what else is going on. There are some of those kind of historic firsts. I think there was a Korean American person that got elected in New Jersey. That was a historic first. There are those kinds of little gains. First trans member elected in Delaware. And and our folks are talking about a Georgia breakdown tweet. Yeah, let's look at that.
Look at that. I'd like to look at that.
Hmm.
74% of white men, unsurprising. 69% of white women for Trump, unsurprising. 55%. Wow. Okay.
Incredible. Okay.
We're also learning that she's a Democratic candidate, Mariam Abul-Fazli in Tennessee, and a Republican, Dalia Al-Aqidi of Minnesota, could be the first Middle Eastern North African women of their respective states to be elected to Congress. Sarah Freeman, if elected, a Democrat from Tennessee, and Democrat Madison Horn will become the first Native American women to represent their respective states in Congress, if elected. Democrat Derek Tran could become the first Vietnamese member of Congress from California. Democrat Amish Shah could become the first Asian American. And
Asian American update. It's the high success.
Yes, the model minority from Arizona. And Democrat Lanon Bakam could be the first Asian American to represent Iowa in the Congress. Okay. Yeah. Oh, stock market futures have jumped in after hours trading, presumably because they are predicting Trump.
Amazing.
Anyway, well, we have an update.
Ruby Hamid is coming soon as well, right?
Yes, we have an update that Jill Stein will be joining us in a couple of minutes. And then, yes, we will proceed with the conversation with Ruby Hamid.
Thank you so much. I will. I want to watch. So I'm going to watch the rest of the night unfold. I'm wide awake now. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Bhakti. Thank you so much.
Jill Stein is running a bit behind, but I think she's going to begin in a couple of minutes. But also perhaps we could just very quickly introduce Jill Stein just before she comes in. So Jill Stein is the Massachusetts physician. She's a physician and an environmental health activist who is currently campaigning as the Green Party's 2024 presidential nominee. She previously ran as a nominee candidate of the Green Party of the United States in 2012 and the 2016 elections. The platform aims to offer people a choice outside the failed two-party system, putting forth a pro-worker, anti-war, climate emergency agenda. In 2016, Stein won nearly 1.5 million votes from progressives nationwide, and some Democrats actually believe that Stein cost the former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton the presidency by winning the progressive votes in a narrowly contested state. And this is where we are right now. And I think, Madhuri, we were discussing Jill Stein and what does it mean for us to move away from the two-party system?
Well, it means that, if she receives, I'm trying to look up the exact numbers. I'm actually referring to Ruby's article. But this could be the first time that, should the Green Party candidates earn between 1% and 2% of the votes in each state, they will gain ballot access in future state elections, which is, impossible as Ruby says, in a system designed to maintain the two-party duopoly. So I think they're just panicking that she will be a legitimate candidate on the ballot. And so they have to vilify her. Because as Ruby has said, yes, the system is rigged to maintain this 2% duopoly. So she needs at least 2% of the votes in every state. In order
yeah. And as we wait for Jill Stein to come in, should we just do another round of updates that we have from...
Yes. Oh, and I'm sorry, there's one more update about the Green Party, which is they need only 5% of the popular vote in this election in order to be eligible for public funds to the tune of millions of dollars for the next election, which, as Stein's campaign page says, would be an absolute game changer to the two-party system. Again, from Ruby Hamid's piece for the Polis Project. Okay, so the numbers for Jill Stein. In Florida, she has 0.4%. In Georgia, she has 0.5%. And we are seeing that in Michigan, she has 0.7%, but there's only 15% in Michigan. And as of now, those are the updates on the Green Party's performance. But we are getting updates about Chinese accounts that are boosting Russian election disinformation, to sort of go back to the disinformation campaign on Twitter. Russian disinformation aiming to reduce trust in the US election system has received some last-minute help from China, according to research from the Atlantic Council's Digital Forensic Research Lab. Investigators have identified several videos linked to Russia that made false claims about voting, and some of the videos have mimicked legitimate news outlets and featured fake audio clips of law enforcement officials supposedly acknowledging widespread voter fraud. So that's an update on disinformation, and that the videos are being amplified by a network of fake social media accounts originating in China that had spread pro-China propaganda in the past and have only recently shifted their focus to the US election. Oh, Suchitra, you're muted, sorry.
One of the things I feel like we really haven't, had, we have Trump has won Kansas.
Kansas, yeah.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that we really wanted to spend a substantial amount of time, but we really couldn't spend more time, is how many of the narratives that are being spun are actually very similar to what happened in 2016. That we are really looking at some of the same narratives that are being recycled from when Hillary Clinton was running, and the ways in which she was never she was never held accountable. Rather, it was always everybody else's fault except Clinton's fault. When in reality, this was a candidate that had a long history of openly lying about everything, from lying about being under sniper fire in Bosnia to openly lying about sexual violence in Libya. So I'm just wondering I was just wondering if you are seeing any kind of similarities that are coming through the kind of coverage now as results are coming out?
I'm not seeing any overt similarities quite yet. I think they will definitely trend down that path. I think, the Democrats, as we discussed, have their own, celebrities, AOC, Obama, the Clintons, who have all set up a sort of exoneration of Harris as a bad candidate, even though we've explored in our discussion how she was basically anointed in the most undemocratic fashion. They have completely exonerated her from any sort of critique, and they have happily thrown progressives under the bus. They have thrown the third-party candidates under the bus. So they're setting those wheels in motion, but I haven't seen anything directly yet. But I may be missing something.
Yeah. I think we have Jill's time coming in a minute now.
Hi, good evening, Dr. Smith.
Hello, good evening. Hi, good to be with you.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I know you're very busy and you are running from one.
Are you ready to do that nation degree? I said, are you ready to do that nation degree? Well, let's do it.
You're kind of coming in and out.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, that's better. Yeah.
Great. So let's just quickly jump in. You've made the ongoing genocide in Gaza your campaign, and it's a very important part of your campaign. You've highlighted the direct involvement of the current administration and voter support that both from non-Arab administration as well as voter support that is commencing. Called for an end to occupation, apartheid, and genocide. Given this major difference between yourself and other candidates and the importance of this issue to so many voters, what do you think about characterizing genocide as a single issue election?
Okay, let me just make sure that I got your question correctly because it's still a little bit in and out. As I heard your question, it's about, is genocide a single issue? And, the critique. So genocide is not just an issue of genocide. It's generally an issue of foreign policy. It is an issue of international law. It's an issue of human rights. And it's also, under the circumstances, the issue of a military budget. The genocide is kind of a microcosm of U.S. foreign policy. This is the U.S. genocide. It's not just Israel's genocide. Israel is a proxy for the U.S., and this genocide takes place with the support, the permission, the enabling by the U.S., paying for the weapons, the military support, the intelligence, etc. So this is the U.S.'s genocide. And this military machine, of which this genocide is really a microcosm, that is costing us half of our congressional budget. So we do not have health care and housing and education and climate action that we desperately need in this country because of the endless war machine conducting this genocide. So it is not a single issue. It is really core to the crisis that the American people face every day in every dimension of our lives. So this is anything but a single issue. This is absolutely critical. This is a question of, are we going to just go blindly into World War III, which is what Bibi Netanyahu is attempting to drag us into right now. So I'd say this is anything but a single issue. And those who say that it is are basically trying to pull the wool over your eyes and to manipulate you into supporting this genocide. I think the genocide is a symbol of a failed state. A failed state. Here, we are becoming a failed state by pouring our resources into the military and handing over the responsibilities of the commander-in-chief to Bibi Netanyahu, who's essentially running U.S. foreign policy right now and has been given free rein to expand this war in any way that he wants. This is absolutely a betrayal of democracy. This issue of genocide is as much about democracy as anything else. So this is anything but a single issue.
And you've always spoken about genocide as an issue of racial capitalism, and you also run on environmental policies, justice policies, from both the Democratic and the Republicans. Do you feel that the media now platform time to really talk about your positions on these policies and developments?
So I did not hear most of what you said after. Do you feel?
Yeah. So do you feel that in this election cycle, these positions that you take as an official person, have you gotten the time to speak about your other
Oh.
positions on on climate justice, on social justice, and environmental policies?
So the Democrats and the parties of Warren Wall Street in general are very threatened by our campaign and have done everything they can to keep us out of the discussion. So it is a challenge to get the word out, but voters are very concerned about this, are very concerned about the climate, about healthcare, about education. We are in crisis on all of these fronts. And we've been able to reach out through social media and alternative media, independent media. But the mainstream media is still, suppressing us at every opportunity. So in many ways, we very much feel like this process is only beginning. We've made huge progress. And the fact that we emerge really strong, despite the Democratic Party spending the equivalent of our entire budget just trying to smear us. The fact that they have hired an army of lawyers to throw us off the ballot and prevent the American people from having choice in this election. The fact that they hung on to our public funding many months later until basically the ballot drive was over. They are doing all of this and they're smearing us and making utter fools of themselves in the process and really getting dragged on social media every time they come out with a new smear campaign. It's a huge benefit for us. It actually it serves as our best publicity, and they make complete idiots of themselves. So we're coming out strong, but we still have a lot of work to do, and we are in a stronger position than we have ever been. We have incredible partners now in the Muslim American community, the African American. I don't know if you saw the Breakfast Club, but they tried to ambush us on the Breakfast Club, and it totally backfired. And 21,000 comments on the Breakfast Club all say I wasn't going to vote in this election, but now I'm going out to register green. So this election has been extremely affirming and very, we've had every success in terms of real world measures, in terms of what actually counts. We're coming out of this with enormous conviction and momentum to continue the struggle. That is more important than any other indicator, is the resolve of this revolutionary project, peaceful revolutionary project, to continue. And we're doing that now with a whole new skill set brought to bear by the Muslim community, which is so well organized. It's amazing, a very disciplined and focused community. Of course, it has its divergence, like all communities do, but there's an incredible skill set that's brought to bear here. And we have not had the airtime that we need, but this is all about building out a grassroots campaign. And I'm very excited with the partnership, the moral insight and resolution that this community has. I think the future is very bright for us going forward now, and I'm really looking forward to the discussions in the coming weeks and months as we focus on our next steps and decide what they are.
Thank you, Dr. Stein. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about, we're stealing votes from Hillary in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and blamed for costing her the election. But in a two-party system, votes aren't earned. Rather, one party feels entitled to a voter's support. So I would love for you to talk a little bit about the importance of third parties as, and the way forward to sort of break free from the hegemony of the two-party system.
It's absolutely critical because the two-party system is bought and paid for It is in service of Wall Street and the war machine and AIPAC and the health insurance companies and big pharma, not everyday people. So we not only need more parties, but especially what we need are people-powered parties rather than corporate-powered parties. And that's what the Green Party represents. We have very clear rules and guardrails against being sold out. We do not accept money in large quantities. We follow the very simple, straightforward rules of campaign finance. You can write $1 million check for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump and buy a whole lot of influence. In our party, you can't do that. So that's basically where we're coming from. And this is what the world needs more of. And because we're not bought and paid for, we can actually stand up for the for healthcare as a human right, for housing, affordable housing as a human right, for building out 15 million new units of so-called social housing, the Green New Deal to create an emergency solution which stops any further construction of fossil fuel infrastructure. That's ended right now. If we were in power, we would end that and greatly expand and accelerate the build out of clean renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, public transportation, and renewable and sustainable housing. So for all these reasons, because we're doing the right thing, we support a reparations policy to actually pay the debt owed to the African American descendants of enslaved people. We support freeing the political prisoners. We support controlling our police departments so that communities control the police instead of the police controlling the communities. So there are many solutions that we bring to bear that people are really, really hungry for. And, the time has come to make that happen now.
One of the most aggressive attacks that you've endured come from the progressives, whether it's AOC, calling you preparatory. Most recently, you had another hostile interview with Mehdi Hassan, who attacked you for failing to condemn Putin. What, if anything, do you think the Green Party or other third parties need to do in order to move away from this narrative that the only role that third parties do is to steal votes from this third-party system, this two-party system?
So this is the self-serving propaganda of the, of the billionaire parties, the parties that are in control and in power right now. And the American people actually are clamoring for third parties. It's 60%, well, it varies, but it's usually like 58 to 63% thereabouts of Americans who are saying we need a third party that serves the public interest instead of what we have, basically bought and paid for by Wall Street and the war machine. So the American people actually support this. It's just that the power holders are forever force feeding us propaganda, running smear campaigns. And by the way, in 2016, we didn't steal votes from Hillary Clinton, and even the concept of stealing votes is anti-democratic. You're supposed to compete for votes, but it happens we are usually drawing votes, for the most part, from people who otherwise aren't voting. And, we know from polls that in 2016, that's where the vast majority of our voters came from. There were some that did come over from Clinton, but there were also some who came over from Trump as well in 2016. So this is just nonsense that is, it's fear campaigning and smear campaigning. It's the effort of the political elites to tell you that you don't count, that you are powerless, that resistance is futile. That is their message. When in reality, in the current election, the Muslim voters were already lost by Kamala Harris because of the genocide that she has been committing. Those votes should not go to Donald Trump either, because he's a genocider as well and is very much in service of Bibi Netanyahu and has basically said that Israel should hurry up and finish the job of the genocide. So, Kamala Harris lost Muslim votes. And then the question for Muslims is, were they going to stay home? Were they going to vote for Donald Trump? Or were they going to vote for us? That's not a stolen vote. That's a vote that Kamala Harris could win back if she did the right thing. But she won't, because it means more to her to allow Israel to continue this genocide and to basically ethnically cleanse and remove the current, the occupants of the land, the historic occupants of the land. And it's her preference to do that rather than win the election. So that speaks for itself. And instead of addressing the issue, the reason why voters have walked away, their whole strategy is to simply smear the, their opposition. This is extremely anti-democratic. It doesn't make any sense at all, and I think it's, it's not going to survive the test of time or in the court of public opinion. And what we have done in this campaign is to grow our coalition, to bring in abandoned Harris and so much of the Muslim American community and the Hispanic American community and the African American community, all those people who said, "Hey, I wasn't going to vote, but I'm going to vote now," after hearing us on the Breakfast Club. This is exactly why the Democrats have tried to shut down this conversation from the get-go and prevent it from happening. They are very threatened by the truth and by justice, but truth and justice have a life of their own, and people are standing up in a very big way now, especially because of the genocide. So, I think we come out of here with a big head of steam and with enormous conviction from the community to continue this momentum and continue building political power. So I'm very encouraged. Whatever the numbers are, I'm just very encouraged by the conviction here on the ground.
And one of the things that is often used is the idea that Trump is a fascist, and no matter what, a Trump presidency should never happen again. That he'll be a disaster for the Americans and the world. Do you think that fear is still legitimate in terms of fighting what happens tonight if Trump comes back to power?
So I think that whether it's Trump or whether it's Harris, we have fascism in this country. We have fascism in this country right now, with Democrats throwing opposition off the ballot. That's a very, fascist, authoritarian strategy. We have fascism in this country with police forces, local police, who are being trained by the Israeli occupation forces in the most devastating and horrific strategies, where we have cop cities being built all over the country, these cop cities in which police are basically trained in these very aggressive and horrible strategies, where you have police that are cracking the heads of protesters on campus simply for objecting to genocide. So this is what fascism looks like, where the police are called out simply because we're exercising our freedom of speech and our freedom to protest. So we have fascism right now. Let me just say that the Democrats have been pushing the right-wing movement of the electorate. How are they doing that? They're doing that through the Wall Street bailouts, through NAFTA, through creating economic disempowerment of working people, through their agenda of privatization, austerity, big tax breaks for the wealthy, and endless war. That is creating great material stress, and the Republicans basically support this agenda too. But the Democrats have really pushed through devastating policies, both the Wall Street bailouts, which threw millions of homeowners out of their homes, and NAFTA before that. These have been like the most terrible things that have happened to working people here. And it's insecure workers who are then very subject to demagogues. So they basically laid the groundwork for demagogues like Donald Trump. And they are also funding the most extremist Republicans in the primary races. And they fund these Republicans thinking, these extremists, saying that that will make it easier for them to prevail in the general election if they're running against a real nutcake extremist. And that's true, but in the meantime, they have launched the careers of Republican after Republican who are the most extremists imaginable. So they really bias the movement of the Republican Party to the right. So neither party here is going to solve this problem. If we want to solve the problem of fascism, we need to do that in the same way that France resolved in the last election for the parties of the left to get together and to beat back the right, which they did. Now, unfortunately, Macron held on to, to his support in Parliament, so it hasn't quite come to fruition. But they did win the race. This is how you win back the American voters, by actually addressing the crisis that working people are facing through a truly people-powered agenda that meets the needs of the American people. So that's how we fix this. Democrats won't do it, Republicans won't do it, and I'm getting the time's up signal right here. So I'll have to wrap up with that. But I wanted to thank you so much. It's been really a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stein. Thank you for joining us.
We do have one question. Can you just answer one last question for us? Madhuri, you had this question.
I just had one last question to scale down a little bit and talk about the importance of building a viable third party, not just at the presidential level, but at a state and a local level, because the Green Party now has a lot of momentum from these protest votes, and there's a real movement that's been built. So could you talk about a viable progressive party at the state level, please?
Yes. So viable basically means that you have critical mass so that the Democrats can't shut you down. It's much harder to be viable as a third party. And in fact, most third parties have been wiped off the face of the political landscape. They're gone within 10 years because the Democrats shut them down, basically. Rules of ballot access, fear campaigning and smear campaigning against third parties, the whole spoiler thing, most get shut down. So the Greens are like the exception to the rule. We are the real giant, the elephant in the room here are the Greens. And we have to build this now going forward. We want to use this momentum that we have exactly as you suggested, by running for local office and by then building support in our communities and building the base from which we can reliably and securely become a viable, independent political party that's of, by, and for the people. It is exactly through running local races, and that's very much what we hope to do coming out of this election. So thank you so very much. Great questions. Wonderful talking with you both, and I hope we talk again before too long. Take care.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stein.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
That was intense.
It seemed like she was very much in the middle of a watch party. And, thank you to her for stepping away from the festivities to talk with us.
Yeah.
I think let's almost immediately bring Ruby Hamad, our columnist, who is patiently waiting backstage. Hi, Ruby.
Hi.
Hi.
I was about to say good afternoon, but it's good evening or good night for you.
It depends. It's good morning for Suchitra. It's good night for me.
Yeah.
Well, it looks really nice and warm where you are, Ruby.
It is a nice day. I've just finished teaching, hence I'm had to find the closest available space.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Just a very quick intro for Ruby.
Yeah.
Ruby is an academic and a cultural critic based in Sydney, where she teaches about media production and journalism. Ruby is the author of White Tears, Brown Scars, and also, we are very honored to say, a columnist at Polis Project, where she writes the column Reorient. Thank you for joining us, Ruby.
It is my pleasure. Honored to be here. Thank you.
Of course. Well, maybe we could just start with your, we can loop you into the debrief on Jill Stein, which ties in very nicely with the piece that you wrote, your most recent column for us about third-party voting. So what are your takeaways from that conversation?
Yeah, well, first, it's big shoes to fill to come in right after Dr. Jill Stein. But, absolutely. And I say this as, an outsider in not being in the US at the moment. And third-party voting, a little different with how it works in Australia. Australia has preferential voting. So you can sort of vote for the person or the party that you really want and then sort of direct your preferences to one of the major parties. You don't do that in the US. nonetheless, this idea that you have to vote for one of the two parties or your vote is wasted. It's such, as Dr. Stein was indicating, it's such a defeatist, paralyzing attitude. It's meant to keep you mired in this idea it can never get better, but we can't let it get worse. We have to make it get better in this way with these two parties, or with this one party, because it's we're going to be talking mostly about the Dems here, before we can sort of widen the scope to allow different parties in. But this happens every election cycle, and every election cycle we have two parties that lurch further and further to the right. So it's clearly not working, and at some point there has to be that sort of that collective decision made of, well, it is time to try to bring in something different. So I certainly don't think a third party vote is a wasted vote, as Jill Stein was saying, because it sets the foundations for something else, and just to let the major parties, the two major parties, know that they do have competition, that their votes that aren't a given for them.
I think in your piece you talk about this sort of bizarre entitlement that the Democrats have, right, in this two-party system. The entitlement that one or the other party has to votes, and specifically about the Muslim American, specifically to the Muslim American or Arab American votes. And could you talk a little bit about why in this particular election, or often actually historically, Democrats just keep running further and further and further and further to the right, and keep on and on and on, insisting that they are entitled to the progressive votes? Why do you think that is, and how long do you think we can go on with this?
I mean, I don't know. It's been happening since I can remember. The earliest been that I can remember being Ralph Nader, but I'm sure Ralph Nader. Sorry, I speak fast, but I'm sure it happened before then. And Jill Stein, also brought up that it happened in 2016. This intense anger that how dare anyone vote for Jill Stein and not Hillary Clinton? So, and it's interesting because we in 2016 we heard it. A vote for Trump, a vote for Stein is a vote for Trump, and now that's sort of come back again. I have never heard any Republicans say a vote for Stein is a vote for Harris. I don't hear that. So what is it about that? I don't hear that. But what is that? It's that entitlement just comes from. It's that surety that they're the better guy or the good guy, right? And how that pushes it forward, like it keeps both parties moving to the right, because it's in the Republicans' interest to always put up or nominate a scarier, like this sort of quote unquote scarier figure than they've had before, in order to get sort of the Democrats to concede on many different points. And also it allows sort of the mask a little bit to come off with the Democrats, because they don't have to cater to anyone to the left of them, because there's this sense of there's nowhere for us to go. And that's sort of what the animosity towards Jill Stein and other third-party candidates is. It's this, how dare you come onto the scene? We're telling them that there's no one else but us. You can't offer a better vision. And I don't think people are voting for Jill Stein because they actually think she's going to win in this particular election. It's voting for not just a vision of something else, but to actually say, like, no, I'm not playing your game anymore. What both of you are offering, what both of these parties are offering, it's not good for me. It's not good for the planet, and it's not good for most of the people in the US, I think, as well. So that entitlement in the Democrats just comes from this absolute positive assumption that they're the good guys, and but it's just gotten so absurd to the point where the good guys are the ones that are funding a genocide. Like it's, and it doesn't matter how many times I say that to myself, that it blows me away. And yeah.
Ruby, there's this one line in your piece that you wrote for Polis. You say that Democrats view votes as currency. Its value lies only in what it can get us right now. How did we come to this moment where we've allowed Democrats to really just talk down the voters, to chide them and chide us, where it's how did we come to this moment? And then there is a genocide and a Palestinian Holocaust being live streamed. And even at this moment, as you rightly said, Democrats view votes as currency. How did we come to this moment?
I think just simply because it's worked in the past. And, this is one of the things, like, doesn't always come with age and experience, because there are certainly people my age and older who are still buying and still urging that we have to just win this one election and then we can hold Harris accountable. I don't know how that works,
Yes.
but apparently you have to give someone the presidency in order to hold them accountable for something bizarre. But so I think is you go through enough of these election cycles, you start thinking, well, this happens every time. You're always telling us, just get us over the line, and then we'll bat for you once we're in office. And then it's just the rights, the women's rights are still always rolling back. Trans rights are under attack still, and the war machine is more powerful and destructive than ever. So it's clearly not working. And I would never have thought 4 years ago or 8 years ago would be at the point where genocide would be one of the election points, right? But it is. And I like, if we allow this to pass, then there is no, if genocide isn't a red line, there's no red line. Literally, like, that's it. And people can argue about the definition of genocide. We can call it, like, it's an ongoing process. It's not finished. You can't compare. You can't decide the definition of genocide is just how many people have been killed, because clearly this is a work in progress, right? There's certainly destruction of a level and a scale that we have not seen before in our lifetimes. So yeah, so I think that literally we've got in here because we've bought into it, and voters have, I don't want to say towed the line, because many people do it enthusiastically, but they've done what's asked of them. They've said yes to the Democrats. They've keep giving them this mandate, hoping, expecting that they will be advocated for and defended, and it just doesn't seem to happen. It's like one step forward, two steps back, and 100 steps back for the Middle East.
Yeah. Ruby, in your piece, you talk about, you talk about how Republicans and Democrats both benefit from Trump. And, you talk about how, it's sort of title I was thinking about when I was, editing your piece was, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right.
Yeah.
Seems to be entirely the Democratic campaign strategy. I wonder if you could say a little bit about why it is that the Democrats in this particular election have, or in their campaign, have benefited from Trump, and what you think this will lead to. What do you think the effect of this is?
Sorry, why the Democrats have benefited from Trump,
Yes.
or why?
Yeah, from the perspective of Trump.
Well, because they have a lot of people that would otherwise be disillusioned with them, that are throwing their lot in with them just because of because of the fear of a Trump presidency, and they benefit because how else can you even conduct that kind of destruction that the Democrats have been, and still even be in the race? Like, it shouldn't even be they shouldn't even have a chance at winning an election, But the fact that they do just indicates how much the fear of Trump has galvanized people to vote for something that they otherwise, I think, wouldn't have.
Correct. Yeah.
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 It's,
I mean, yeah. Sorry, Suchitra, go ahead. Oh, and just so you know, you're muted. This has been a recurring theme for us. But, you know, it seems like it's seeming likely that Trump is actually going to win this thing. And then, you know, we'll have any progressive Muslim American voters going to be really scapegoated and have hell to pay for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, we saw it in 2016 again, when Hillary lost and there was all that animosity towards third-party voters. It wasn't only Stein, it was also the Libertarian Gary Johnson. And that was a point, that was the first point where I really started to think about this idea that voting third party is a wasted vote. And it's like, no, actually. And as you know, as Dr. Stein said, that's where democracy is, because you are saying, I demand another choice. But I don't know off the top of my head what percentage of the vote the third party got in that general election, or third party candidates as a whole got in that election. But it was a heck of a lot less than the white vote. So this idea that that is the particular party that we scapegoat, or those are the particular tiny small amount of voters that we scapegoat, and not sort of look at this bigger issue of how Trump was, you know, got the white vote, basically across every Democrat, to varying degrees, including college-educated white women, right?
Yeah.
But again, that speaks to the entitlement of how dare you not. So this idea that you can treat a group of people as poorly as you want and expect no pushback, even to the point where their people's relatives, like Arab Americans' relatives, are being killed in their tens and some even the hundreds, and entire communities and infrastructure and history being completely decimated. Because what we're seeing now is not just a destruction of people and their infrastructure. It's an attempted destruction of the lineage, of the history, of the presence that Palestinians have and have had in Palestine, and we're starting to see it more and more in Lebanon as well. So this is what Arab Americans are wanting to vote against and not vote actively for, and still being told, well, you have to because Trump will be so much worse. And it's like, whatever happens if Trump wins, he didn't start this genocide. He didn't start it. This was a Democrat thing. This was a Biden-Harris administration thing. And yeah, he obviously, when he takes over, whatever administration takes over, is not going to feel compelled to end it, right? They're going to feel, and there's going to be that kind of that pressure to show that he's tougher on terrorism and tougher on, you know, America and Israel's enemies than the Democrats are. But the Democrats are the ones that caused that situation to come about. So this idea that you can start this sort of destruction on this scale and then taunt people and say, well, you know what? It would have been so much worse. That was going to be so much worse when he gets in. It's like, yeah, well, you're handing it to him on a silver platter, aren't you? You've handed it to him. You've thrown our lot in with Israel now, with what Israel is doing.
Yeah.
How are you going to extract yourself from that without looking like you're weak and backing down? That's the other issue, right? Yeah. And how will he do it if he doesn't? He's going to look like he's not as tough on terrorism and on our enemy, on the West's enemies, America's enemies, as Biden and Harris were. Mm-hmm. So you're causing whatever that you're causing that situation to come about.
Yeah, and in fact, bizarrely, you are causing Trump to run to the left of you. In Michigan, there are these absolutely bizarre ads that Trump put out, saying, well, I'm going to end the war. Whereas, look, Kamala has been endorsed by Liz Cheney. who was the daughter of a war criminal,
Yeah.
yada, yada, yada. And so, yeah, bizarrely, he's running to the left of her. And I don't even know who, I said this earlier, who the Democratic Party is, from like Liz Cheney right up to Rashida Tlaib. It's just...
I know. I like, Whoopi Goldberg on the talk show saying to Liz Cheney, "I want you in charge of the FBI and the CIA." I'm like, how short are your memories? Like tearing out. I mean, I know it's her father, and you can't say that she's exactly the same than that. But her politics are very extremely right wing. Like, so she's not going to be a dove. She's not going to be a peacenik. But just this idea of this. And this is what I was saying, getting at in my column as well, where I said the Republicans benefit. Republicans benefit because the Democrats now have as their, like, on their standard campaign, standard policies, what were considered 20 years ago extreme Republican policies, right?
Yes.
So no, when you can have a figure like Liz Cheney who does adhere to the politics of her father, like, then and that was at one point considered a worst case scenario for Democrats and progressives. And suddenly now this is the person that some of the outspoken liberal figures, celebrity figures, not political figures, are saying that should lead some of these like security and intelligence organizations is so odd. So that's how the Republicans benefit, and yeah, because in a way they have less to do. They have to do less. Because the Democrats are doing that work for them by adopting these policies, actively courting Republican votes to make Trump seem like this anomaly that is just a singular threat. And it's like, well, they keep nominating. He's like, I don't know. Sometimes this whole thing, the theatrics of it, just I don't understand how we continue to fall for a lot of it. I would think there's only so many times that you can be told that this is the most important election of your lifetime. You start thinking, is this just part of the performance of elections in this so-called democratic country? Is like, we're always told everything is on the line. So, and we're always talking about hope and change and the promise of America and this. And when is it ever going to be these things that you keep promising us? If we just do this one thing for you now, when is that going to
next election, Ruby? Obviously,
yeah.
I mean, come on.
It's going to be like cotton, like the
yes.
Is it? I nearly call him Tom Cotton, just, but like but trust me, in 20 years' time, if it keeps going like this, you're gonna have a Democrat candidate like chasing after Donald Trump's endorsement. I promise you, like, he's going to be seen as a moderate figure because this is the road that we're going down willingly.
Yeah, and probably be some relative of Kissinger. You never know.
Oh my goodness! Like,
well, I hope this isn't prescient, but sorry, Sujitra, I feel like you have been wanting to say something. No,
I'm. I think the results are coming in, and I feel like. Ruby, we have been asking almost all of our guests who've come in what their predictions are, but I think we are quite late in the evening now.
Yeah.
What do you see?
Yes. Yeah.
What do you see? What does the next 4 years hold for us, with an ongoing genocide that's being live streamed and everything else that we've talked about? What does the next 4 years look like for you?
I think. Look, I think either party gets in, even though it's looking increasingly like Trump, this is going to continue. I think Israel has gone so far. I don't think we'll ever have free reign to do what they've thus far done. So it's not in their interest to back down. So I can't see either Harris or Trump actually doing much to revoke or pull back US support for that. So you're going to have the same rhetoric of, oh, we're talking to them and we're asking them to, think more about saving civilian lives, and they say this to us as we're watching these like 2,000-pound bombs just like deliberately target a residential building. It's quite bizarre. This scale of gaslighting is quite something to live through. But I think that there's and if Harris loses, that is going to cause more fractures in the left. But I think, well, I say left, I mean nominally left. Like I think the left knows what the left is, but then you have liberals who are sort of convinced that Democrats are some kind of nominally left party when they're absolutely not. I think there is going to be obviously a lot of finger pointing and blame, and it's going to largely point to third party voters, and there will be a lot more scorn, and I will say more scorn because there's been a lot against Arab Americans. Again, the entitlement to the votes that kind of cuts off any sense of empathy, because can you at least not understand the difficult position they're in? This isn't just a hypothetical situation. This isn't just fear of what Trump might do. This is the reality of what's been happening. How are you going to ask and demand that people vote for the party, for a candidate who has been instrumental in the massacre of their communities, in the deaths of their families, and of their homelands?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to add to your point. It's not that they haven't, it's not even the specter of a Trump presidency for them.
No.
They have suffered under a Trump presidency. These communities have lived through a Trump presidency, and they have lived through a Biden presidency, and they are still not casting a vote for Kamala Harris. So that should really say something. So this chiding of like, don't you know how bad he's going to be for you? I mean, that is just so obnoxious and disgusting, because they've lived through it.
Absolutely. It's very much, well, you're going to vote for the guy who banned you then. It's like, well, I don't know. Like, I don't.
Yeah, the other one.
You want to talk about the lesser of two evils? I don't know. I kind of think that bombing people is probably a greater evil than banning them, if you want to go that way. Like, if you're going to weigh these things up. So you can't, if you're gonna campaign and live by this lesser of two evils doctrine, then you got to apply it across the board. And like how can you prioritize or use banning as a fear when what we're living through is indiscriminate bombing on a population size and a landmass like that we've never seen on that scale ever in our history. It's quite bizarre where it's so bizarre that all you have to do is say this other person is worse than me, and what you can get away with.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna thank you for your time and for your patience, and for joining us. Suchitra, of course, if you don't have anything else, I don't want to commandeer. But yeah, Ruby, thank you so much. Thank you for your column.
Thank you.
Showing up, and today more than any other day, your incisive analysis is so important, and we are very happy to have you write for us. And
my pleasure. Very happy to be on board. So,
of course,
thank you.
Take care, and it was good to commiserate. And I'm sure we will be commiserating a lot more in the days to come.
Yeah, either way, it's that classic alien versus predator thing. It's like it's quite bizarre to watch it as someone who and who is Arab, who's from that part of the world.
Yeah,
like either way, that this destruction and death is going to continue. So there is such a powerlessness again, why we need to sort of sow the seeds for more competition and to chip away at this duopoly.
Yeah, chip away at the duopoly and, harness whatever moment of political awakening we are witnessing, as your column.
Absolutely. Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Ruby. In solidarity always.
You too.
Thank
you,
Ruby.
My pleasure. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
I feel like between Jill Stein and Ruby, I think the mood's shifted quite significantly, because I feel like we now know where things are. The New York Times needle is at 86 in favor for Trump presidency. Yeah, Harris will probably at this point need Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and that's where we are.
Okay. Okay. Well, and Trump, Harris needs to sweep Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Trump is leading all three. I'm sorry, I don't want to laugh, but this is how I cope. I'm absolutely, I don't know. The mood has shifted considerably. I'm just looking for,
Yeah, I think the reality is that for many of us, the Trump presidency was not easy. It was difficult, and especially if you lived through the Trump presidency under COVID, we know the kind of violence that happened. Violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders went up by 168%. 168%, which means that the Asian American community, that includes South Asians, that includes people of Chinese, Korean, Japanese descent, all of this, and Pacific Islanders, all of them received the brutal bore the brutal brunt of the Trump presidency. And I think there's a lot that's going to move, and there's a lot of it's going to be a difficult few years. And I mean, it's not even difficult, it's going to be devastating few years.
Yeah,
that's what we are. Kind of doing a quick recap. If you are still here with us, this is Polis Project's first election coverage, which meant that we wanted to cover the coverage. We wanted to, as always, look at the broader structures, think about what it means for us to have a discussion about politics, but more importantly, what it means for us to live in a democracy when we have witnessed a genocide of the Palestinian people being live streamed. It is not a single issue. It is an issue that affects all of us. And we really are going to continue doing this work, which means writing, reporting, thinking, resisting, and producing work that brings all of us together.
Please, just to add that Polis is not an organization that accepts any corporate funding. So please support us at www.thepolisproject.com/support. There we go. And I'm sorry, I'm just so disoriented from the results, and also sort of just kind of preparing for this. I think I'm mentally on, even physically feeling on alert to prepare for the onslaught of the blame and the narratives that are going to be so completely out of control. And obviously, we had no doubt that both outcomes, as we said right at the start, the basis for our coverage was that both outcomes were going to be horrible. So, either way, that we're looking at a horrible outcome. And we're getting some updates about, whether we are prepping for election violence. And DC is boarding up businesses to prepare. Snipers are ready. Okay. And election violence fears grow. Well, this is good in a country where people can own as many machine guns as you want. It is going to be a few hours before we know. So, it looks like it's going to be a pretty clean sweep. I don't think, Suchitra, that even Kamala, even if she wins one of those states, I don't think she has a shot. So, now we're going to have to unfortunately contend with the blaming. We're going to have to contend with the toss-up of, I don't know what the hell is going to happen in the Middle East. We're going to have to contend with... yes, an even more serious rollback of reproductive rights and trans rights in the US, which, again, is not the voters' fault. It is entirely the Democrats' fault for holding these hostage for doing apps, for squandering political capital, year upon year upon upon term of being elected, not codifying Roe. Obama, appointed Merrick Garland. No, when Merrick Garland retired. When Scalia retired, Obama appointed Merrick Garland. That's right. He tried to appoint Merrick Garland. I'm going to start over. When Scalia retired, Obama tried to appoint Merrick Garland, failed. So now we have the judiciary that is stacked and very, for the life of the judges, and very favorable to Trump. I think 2 more justices will be retiring. I think Thomas will retire, and Alito will retire. Okay. Clarence Thomas will retire and Alito will retire, which means the Trump presidency, or Trump will have the opportunity to appoint 2 more Supreme Court judges, which looks like he's going to win the Senate quite handily. So we will have a complete judiciary takeover. In addition, during his first tenure as president, he appointed a lot of extreme right-wing young judges in the state and federal courts. And so those have been stacked as well. And I'm sure that Trump will continue to stack them. The Republicans really do a lot with their term. The Democrats could learn a lot. So these are some these are some outcomes. Also, Sotomayor is old. So anyway, I will.
I think it's time for us. I think it's time for us to wrap up. But also, really, where do we go from here? I think one of the things that we do is, no matter who wins tonight, our work starts today. The work starts tomorrow, and it goes on for the next 4, 8, 10, 20, 30 years. Having said that, what we're really seeing is we have now snipers ready in DC. We are expecting election violence. Capitol Police has already warned post-election violence and inauguration threats. But I think more importantly, the question that one has to pose is, where is the Democratic Party headed? Or are we seeing a moment that is ripe for a third party, which means that we finally have parties that see our votes not as currencies, but actually something that has to be won? Having said that, resistance remains the core of Polis Project's DNA. And what we're really going to do is bring our conversation to the end. But also we're going to bring it to an end by bringing you voices of dissent who have engaged with us in the last year. And we will continue to bring news. We will continue to bring you in-depth research and long-form journalism. Along with it, we've launched a new culture vertical, which means that we really do believe that culture and politics is in the heart of culture, and culture is in the heart of politics. And we will continue to build community, work together, and as always, never stop speaking about Palestine. Any concluding thoughts from you, Madhuri?
My turn. Just resist, and we will be here with you, bringing you the voices that are marginalized and the voices that matter. You can count on us for that. I just want to end, before we play our Voices of Dissent video, I want to end by thanking everyone who made this live stream possible. Thank you to our viewers who have joined us first and foremost and spent the last 5.5 hours or some part of that with us. You are the reason we do this work. Thank you so much to our guests, Bhakti Shringarpure, Yasmin Nair, Mariam Ahmad, Dr. Jill Stein, Ruby Hamad, Tariq Ismail, Meenakshi Tirukod. Thank you so much for joining us, for your time, for your insight, for your work. Thank you incredibly to the team at Polis, to Suchitra for creating this space where we can congregate, to Meenakshi, to Neha and Shreya for your time, and really your tireless efforts, to Tanya and Anil for production, bringing us these facts continuously, just keeping us so up to date. This was absolutely incredible. Thank you to Trina Shankar, our video editor. Thank you to Cuban Kim, our graphics designer. And thank you to everybody else on the culture team, on the politics team, who does the tireless work of publishing incredible work work bringing us incisive authors and just, incredible company to be in solidarity with. Thank you, all of you, for your time. We will see you on the other side. Good night, good morning. We'll catch you soon.
Yeah. Thank you.
To me, dissent really just boils down to our ability to question the status quo and express our opinions. And when you frame dissent in this way, what happens is that you really start to understand how dissent is important, not just for politics and democracy and justice. It is really essential to the human condition. It is really essential and the foundation to the way that we think, the way that we create, and the way that we imagine.
Political dissent to me is absolutely essential to what I do as a writer, but it's also absolutely essential to me as a person. I cannot imagine feeling fully formed as a human being without the notion of dissent. I think that dissent is not just important to things like democracy, freedom, or liberation. I think it's essential. I don't think you have liberation or freedom or democracy without dissent.
To me, resistance and dissent against the system comes from a place of deep love for our shared home and all its inhabitants. Dissent to me is choosing consciously to break away from systems that cause injustice outside us and also within us.
We should all be able to ask questions like, why does the sun set in the west? Why do we have capital punishment? Why does the government beat up students? Why is the government not focused on climate change? Why is it okay for people to discriminate against somebody based on their caste, which was decided thousands of years ago? Why should dark skin be considered ugly? These are all questions that people have asked, and that is how we have formed our collective intelligence. So I think it's really important for us to frame dissent in this way so that it becomes clear that it is actually a way of being. And especially in these times where dissent has become kind of a dirty word.
People tend to think of democracies as places where, every 5 years or 4 years they call you up for an election. There are plenty of countries in the world that do that. India, Pakistan, Israel, all these countries have elections. What they don't really have are spaces for dissent. And by that I mean dissent that is allowed every single day against everything all the time. That to me is what democracy looks like. They don't just call you up once every 4 or 5 years, but they have the strength and the space to hold dissent, a wide range of dissent, every hour of every day, always.
Dissent includes protests, it includes organizing people. Sometimes it includes social media campaigns, putting up posters, but it also looks like sharing a meal, dancing, building communities, or resting in a world that bases your worth by how productive you are. To me, dissent is choosing to love against all odds and showing up for people and for all the things you love.
The importance of sharing stories of dissent is that it helps us fight injustice, it makes us braver, it gives us hope, it strengthens our resolve against seemingly overwhelming, unwinnable ideas. And I think that's the future that we imagine with dissent. We imagine a future that is more just, that is more inclusive, is more open.
We have an incredible amount of knowledge and wisdom collectively, and sharing experiences is integral to growing movements and sustaining ourselves. It's also a reminder that our liberation is interlinked with each other, even if our oppressor looks different.
Fascist governments across the world have criminalized dissent, so ordinary citizens are staying away from it. Ordinary citizens are going, hey, I don't really engage in dissent. I'm not doing these criminal activities. But when you frame dissent in this really simple fashion of being able to question the status quo and express your opinions, it really helps people normalize dissent. It helps them understand that dissent is really essential for us to just be able to think. It is really essential for our core function as humanity.
You cannot dissent in the United Kingdom anymore. You cannot dissent in the United States anymore. You cannot talk about Palestine. You cannot talk about genocide. You lose your jobs. So it's certainly not my intention to say that it's only a certain part of the world that faces a crackdown on dissent. The entire world is facing that crackdown. And we're seeing it across the Western world, places where they've always assured us the right to expression, to dissent, to disagree was sacred. And we see that it's not. We see that it's sacred given the right cause. It's not available for everybody. And so we must fight even harder to share stories of dissent and to share them not just for hope and uplifting and bravery, but share them for instruction.
I imagine a world where we move away from ownership and move towards responsibility. And this responsibility includes taking care of our land, our oceans, our people and animals. It's about making sure we live in a world where no one is considered less than another person. It's making sure we live in a world where no one is left behind.
On 1st January 1818, a small British battalion mainly comprising Dalit soldiers from the oppressed Mahar caste defeated an army of dominant caste Peshwas at Koregaon. The battle gained a legendary status, representing a victory not just in Bhima Koregaon, but against caste injustices perpetrated by the Peshwas. The Mahar community celebrates the anniversary as a festival called Velar Day, and many make an annual pilgrimage to an obelisk at the site that memorializes the battle. During its bicentennial celebrations on 1st January 2018, mobs carrying saffron flags attacked the predominantly Dalit gathering at Bhima Koregaon. The Pune police registered at least 22 separate first information reports detailing the violence, including one accusing two Hindu extremists, Manohar Bhide and Milind Ekbote, of instigating the mobs. A fact-finding report commissioned by the Pune police even identified the duo as the main conspirators behind the pre-planned attack at Bhima Koregaon. A police official has similarly stated on affidavit to the Supreme Court that they were responsible for the violence. Another fact-finding committee of judges and social activists also found that Bhide had been inciting the local Marathas against the Dalits in the week preceding the violence. Yet the case that has become synonymous with the violence that day is not one of those 22 FIRs and does not accuse Bhide and Ekbote of any role in it. The Bhima Koregaon case, as it is now known, is based on a complaint filed 8 days after the violence by one of Bhide's followers, alleging that the violence was instigated by speeches given the previous day at an event 30 kilometers away called the Elgar Parishad. The Elgar Parishad was a mass meeting organized by a former Supreme Court Judge P.B. Sawant and a former Bombay High Court Judge B.G. Kolse Patil in Pune's Shaniwarwada. The event did not instigate violence, but included speeches and performances calling upon the public to defend democracy in India. In subsequent years, the Pune police arrested a series of individuals, the majority of whom had a little to do with the Elgar Parishad event, as the Elgar Parishad had to do with the Bhima Koregaon violence. The only common thread across the 16 people arrested, or the BK-16, as they came to be called, was a record of working for the rights and empowerment of marginalized communities. As activists, writers, lawyers, academics, and artists, the BK-16 worked on a range of issues, including rights of Adivasis, Dalits, and workers, advocacy against repressive anti-terror laws, cases of police brutality and sexual violence by armed forces, and land and forest rights. They are Gautam Naulakha, Shoma Sen, Sudha Bharadwaj, Anand Tirtumle, Arun Ferreira, Vernon Gonzalez, Varvara Rao, Rona Wilson, Surendra Gardling, Mahesh Raut, Sudhir Dhawale, Hani Babu, Ramesh Gaichor, Sagar Gorkhe, Jyoti Jagtap, and Stan Swami. Since the first arrests in the case, a plethora of evidence has pointed to the political interests behind the targeted investigation, as well as the compromised and manufactured evidence that forms the foundation of the case. Swami, a Jesuit priest and Adivasi rights activist from Jharkhand, died in prison on 5th July 2021. Only 7 of the remaining 15 are out on bail. To mark 6 years of the arbitrary arrests and imprisonment of these political dissidents, the Polis Project is publishing a series of writings by the BK-16 and their families, friends, and partners. Since their bail condition prevents them writing about the case, since their bail conditions prevent them from I'll take this again. To mark 6 years of the arbitrary arrests and imprisonment of these political dissidents, the Polis Project is publishing a series of writings by the BK-16 and their families, friends, and partners. Since their bail condition prevents them writing about the case, this series seeks to shift the lens from their lives in the courtroom to the lives in prison. By describing various aspects of the past 6 years, the series offers a glimpse into the BK-16's lives inside prison, as well as the struggles of their loved ones outside. Each piece in the series is complemented by Arun Ferreira's striking and evocative artwork. The question arises, why do they choose to keep writing when they are being targeted by the state? Stan Swami articulates an explanation in his memoir. Why truth has become so bitter, dissent so intolerable, justice so out of reach? Because truth has become very bitter to those in power and position. Dissent so unpalatable to the ruling elite. Justice so out of reach to the powerless, marginalized, deprived people. Yet truth must be spoken, right to dissent must be upheld, and justice must reach the doorsteps of the poor. I am not a silent spectator. I'll take this one again. Why truth has become so bitter, dissent so intolerable, justice so out of reach? Because truth has become very bitter to those in power and position. Dissent so unpalatable to the ruling elite. Justice so out of reach to the powerless, marginalized, deprived people. Yet, truth must be spoken. Right to dissent must be upheld. And justice must reach the doorsteps of the poor. I am not a silent spectator.